And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You can be watching from anywhere around the country or the world. And really appreciate every single one of you coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright, so now what we're going to do is switch over to the other screen so everybody can see me. Alright, so here we go. This way. Let's see. Alright, hello everybody. It's I, Alien Spaceship. We are going to do some reviews on the Orphan trial that happened today. We're going to react to that video, and we are going to look at some some funny clips later on. Okay. Alright, so we're going to go this way. And let's go. Remember there was in the chemical trial today. We also call it the chlorine trial. There is a problem with the way it works. Well, I thought the sound was quite low, personally. Hey, Frog, good to see you, buddy. Just hop into Pasper. Oh yeah, and I hate my life. Merry Christmas to all that celebrate. Well, we love you, Frog, and with your chanting sense, we appreciate you very much. Thank you for stopping by. And yeah, in the chemical trial, they were talking about today that situation with LC, about LC hearing the hot mic when stuff is going on behind the scenes, and a lot of times they get irritated at us trial chatters. A lot of times, and there's been instances where they'll take a shot at us and call us out. Doesn't happen every day, but it happens here and there. So yeah, that one doesn't seem as popular. It's supposed to last for 6 months, but I was watching some of that today. There's some other stuff that I was other things I was doing in the background, and watching y'all in chat and hanging out with everybody. Hello, the amazing, magnificent G. Scared. It is always a pleasure to see you as well in chat. So that was at that trial today, at the chlorine trial. It was. And she says, King of all space and lands above. Thank you. My voice is low? Okay. Let's see. Thank you for letting me know. Alright, maybe I'm louder now. Let's see. Maybe that will work better. There shouldn't be anything else connected to it. I can try to increase it. Let's see. Let's see here. Wait, I think that I should be able to be heard now. And I'm going to go here and see something in this region. Gains, okay. That's what it's called, gains. Maybe it's me, maybe I'm slowly going downhill. The goddess of the victims' rights for aliens, G. Thank you for the kind compliment of King of all spaces and lands above. And you are the Queen of Diamonds and all gems, and all the amazing yachts sail the sea safely because of you. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. I'm better now. Okay, that's good. That's good. Oh, hello, Shecky. It's been a while since I've seen you. Good to see you. Hey, alien spaceship man. I can hear you. Great to see you. Hope you are well. Okay, thank you, Shecky. Thank you. You're welcome, G. All right. So, what we are going to be doing now is we're going to be diving right into the review on this. We're also going to be reacting to the video. Now, G, I would like to know your thoughts today about the Orphan trial on the stand. I want to know your opinion about it as we go through this. All right, so we're going to get this out, and we're going to just do a summary of the trials as we have people come through, and then get into the video that we're going to be looking at. Oh, thank you, Tree Saw. Thank you for the Thank you for the nice dono. All right, and a shout out to the aliens. All right, let's go here. Okay, going this way. One thing I am is opinionated. Yes, yes. And I always appreciate your opinions. Oh, thank you, Tree Saw. Wow. Yes, in a good way. Thank you so much for the nice dono. Wow. I appreciate that. Okay. Yes. Yes, absolutely, G. All right, and the page was being silly for a second. We're going to reload the page, and it's going to be silly, so we're going to go this other way. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Alrighty. Going in this direction, and his name is Dima. Okay. The Dima trial summarized. Yeah, so today Dima took the stand, and in his case, he was extremely. He was not making eye contact. He was talking about his life of. And like more focused on the crime that was committed as well. And he said some things that certainly had the chat had questions about situations. And some people believe that he was. Of course, he did something wrong, but he was either had an illness, a mental illness, or he had some trauma from his life that mismade him in the way he was. Some people think that he deliberately planned it out, and oh, okay, Tree. Okay, Tree Saw. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and very kind dono indeed. Wow, and have a good night. Thank you. I think Night Tree, have an amazing evening. Yes. Okay. So the ongoing criminal case of Dimma Towers. And Passion said, I heard that his testimony went poorly. I guess it was inevitable. Yes, yes. And now his attorney, some people, the attorney, the way he questioned him, people didn't like how the attorney did it because something about him having an accent. And of course he would have an accent because he was around him a lot. And we'll put taking the stand. Taking stand. Right, when Dimma Tower took the witness stand in his own defense, he provided dramatic and at times combative testimony admitting to deleting killing his parents, but denying it was premeditated first-degree murder. He attributed his actions to temporary insane. Now, he could have done an insanity defense. And I will say all opinions are welcome. I don't mind. I'm all ready to know what people think, so I want to know the truth. And key aspects of his testimony include the admission to the killings. Tower confessed to brutally stabbing of his adoptive parents, Robbie and Jennifer Tower, in their North Florida home. And G says, surprised he even took the stand. I mean, you can see his coming a million miles away. Yeah. And Moki was explaining to us in chat that he was going to be taking the stand. Because there's no other witnesses that were going to be taking the stand because the defense had no one else. And denial of premeditation. He denied planning the attack, stating he wasn't thinking anything when he stabbed them. This aligns with his defense team's strategy of seeking a lesser charge of manslaughter rather than first-degree murder. And the emotional outburst when Tower was highly emotional during his testimony, breaking down and sobs at one point, which forced the judge to call for the recess and send the jury out of the courtroom. Combative cross-examination. During the prosecution's court examination, Tower became combative and argumentative when questioned about specific details, including his high school education and the events leading up to the murders. And he was explaining that he learned English by being here through different chit-chat. That English was not his first language. Obviously it wouldn't be. And that is certainly would be understandable. Pash said, wow, really, he actually said the word insanity, and he denies planning it to, oh, oof, geez, and other exceptives. Okay, and yeah, absolutely. And the upbringing details. He described his difficult early life in Ukraine orphanage after his biological mother was deleted, died, when his defense is using to provide context of his home emotional state. Now, none of us were at the home where he was at, and that is something that is true. None of us were there to see what was going on. Now, he claims that he was having an outburst all of a sudden of emotion that went in the way it went. Now, some may argue that he had rage and anger and then he blew up and was going to plan it out. Some arguing that it was in the heat of the moment. He certainly was not well mentally, of course, and there was this abusive situation he was in at the orphanage. It doesn't excuse his behavior, but that's something that people have been pointing out. Now, if he didn't have that, would he still have done it is up for debate. Some think that he had some sort of psychopathic tendency that came out, or he was a victim of abuse that made him the way he was. So, yeah, the stand, real defensive. He wasn't making eye contact, looking down. And some people think it was... he should get a lesser sentence. Other people think he should get a bigger sentence. Now, I like to know if y'all have any thoughts on it. Now, we will look at the video and react to it. And if anybody has any thoughts about it, I'd like to know. I'm curious. Now, let's see. Why did the Dima Towers defense team present his early life in Ukraine as context? And Dima Towers' defense team presented evidence of his difficult early life in Ukraine orphanage to provide context for emotional state and argue for a lesser charge of manslaughter, rather than the first-degree murder. The core of defense strategy is to challenge the prosecution's claim of premeditation, which is required for a first-degree murder conviction by highlighting Tower's traumatic past, including being abandoned by his biological parents and living in a harsh environment. The defense aims to suggest a lack of premeditation. The defense implies that his actions were the result of a sudden emotional rage rather than was temporarily insane due to his parents' trauma. Mitigate the severity of the crime. They hope the jury will view the killings as a reaction to profound psychological damage and emotional instability, leading to a conviction on the lesser charge of manslaughter. Elicit sympathy from the jury by presenting details of his difficult life. Defense hopes the jury will understand the context that... Oh, hello, Duke. Good to see you. Understand the context that shaped his psychological condition, which may influence their decision on the appropriate charge. Okay, let's get into the testimony now. New window. And going here. And we'll watch more the Brooks later on, like we did yesterday. All right, let's see. Let's go to see you, Duke. I think this is it right here. Let's go this way. Shout out to the spaceship cats.
That's not. So you said you didn't think about killing your parents.
I did not plan on it.
Mr. Tower.
It was not premeditated.
Mr. Tower, when I ask you a question, you can answer, but not until then. You pulled out a sharp knife and you walked into your parents' bedroom, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. What were you thinking about between the time you took that sharp knife, walked into your parents' bedroom, and started to stab your father in the dark?
I wasn't thinking anything.
You weren't thinking anything.
What is there to think?
I don't know. Your parents were sound asleep, weren't they?
I don't know.
Was your father awake when you started to stab him?
It was pitch black.
You picked up a knife from the kitchen and you cowardly went into your...
Argumentative. Sustained.
Were your parents awake?
I don't know if they were awake. I already answered it.
Sustained.
She asked me a second time.
What did you say?
You're asking me a second time the same question.
What did your father say after you stabbed him?
What the hell are you doing?
And then what happened? Did you stab him again?
Yes.
Okay, what were you thinking about between the first stab and the second stab?
There's nothing to think.
Nothing to think. You haven't-
What am I supposed to think then?
Listen to me. You don't. There was nothing to think. That's your answer. All right. So you're telling me that as a human being, you walk into your father's bedroom with your mother sleeping next to him. The parents that brought you over here.
Objection, argumentative, compound question.
These people were not my parents.
Hold on. I'm going to overrule the objection. It's a bit compoundish, but I'm going to allow it. You may continue with your question.
Thank you. The parents that brought you over here to this country, and you weren't thinking anything.
These people were not my parents. There's a lot went on that changed our relationship.
That's not my question. My question is, are you telling this jury that you won't even look in the eye that the people who brought you over here and gave you a home, that you were stabbing them and you didn't think anything of it? Is that what you're saying?
The answer's too complicated for you.
No, it's not a complicated answer. It's a yes or it's a no.
It's not. It's a complicated answer.
Howard, you told the detectives that you were a nobody from nowhere, didn't you?
When I was talking to detectives, I was not in my completely right state of mind.
Mr. Tower, did you tell the detectives that you were a nobody from nowhere?
I just answered your question.
No, you didn't.
I said I was not in my right state of mind when I was talking to detectives. I just went on a lot, you know.
Let the jury recall what they heard.
Objection, argumentative.
I was under the influence of alcohol also.
I'll sustain that it's unresponsive. He's not answering your question.
Your parents,
They were not my parents, unfortunately.
Sir, you cannot interrupt the attorney. Wait for them to finish their question, and then you can answer the question asked of you, okay? Please ask your question.
Mr. Tower, the people that brought you over here, they gave you an opportunity to be a somebody from somewhere, didn't they?
It depends on their parenting.
What?
It depends on their parenting, how you raise your children.
Depends on the what?
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
No, I
Have you
don't.
ever been a mother of children?
After you stabbed your father to death, you walked outside with a knife in your hand because Jennifer was outdoors, wasn't she?
I was temporarily insane.
Sir, can you please sit back from the microphone? It's difficult to hear you. Thank you.
All right. When you walked out of the house after you killed your father, did you carry the knife with you to lead Jennifer back in?
I did.
You did or did not? I can't
I
understand.
said I did.
You did. You took the knife with you to go out and find the person that adopted you.
Yes, I was temporarily insane, as I said.
Temporarily insane.
Yes.
Members of the jury, I'm going to ask that you strike that last response. There is no insanity defense. There is no evidence presented in this trial to insanity. So I will order that you not receive that answer. It's irrelevant, not permissible during this trial. Okay? Please ask your next question.
Thank you. Were you thinking about killing your mother when you went outside with the knife and led her back in?
What do you mean by thinking?
Did your parents buy you a car?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled.
What does has to do with this?
Did your parents buy you a car? Answer my question.
Well, I know where your question is. I know.
Answer
I don't
my
understand.
question,
I don't
Mr.
understand your
Tower.
question. I don't understand it.
Did your parents buy you a car?
I don't understand this question.
Did your parents get you a bank card?
Yes, and I don't understand it. What's the point of this question?
Did your parents get you a bank card?
So?
Did you have a TV in your room?
No. What's the point of these questions?
You told the detectives that you were thinking about killing your parents for the last several days. Isn't that true?
That is not true.
Were you in the courtroom when your recording was played? Mr. Tower,
I was.
were you listening?
I was listening.
And did you hear that you were telling the detectives that you were thinking about that for more than a day?
Again.
You don't remember that part?
Again. I did not know what I was saying. Also, I only taught this a couple of times. This was not a constant thought in my head.
Okay, so you thought about it at least a couple times before you did it?
No, I taught it one time, and the second time I taught it, I did it. There was no thinking about it.
You thought about it the first time, and then you put it off. Then you thought about it the second time, and then you went and did it? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you thought about it the first time, where were you?
Probably in the car somewhere.
Where in the car? Parked in front of your house?
Possibly. Very possibly.
Very possibly.
Well, I don't remember. You asking me a question that happened a long time ago. I don't remember.
Okay. Why did you ask your mother to go back inside the house?
Brought her off the street. I don't know.
Because you wanted to kill her, didn't you? Did you hear the doctor talk about how many times you stabbed your mother, Jennifer Towers, the person that you say is not your mother? How many times did you stab her?
You're talking to someone who has no understanding.
You don't understand that question?
No, you don't understand what you're saying.
How many times did you stab your mother?
I didn't know.
More than once?
Yeah, more than once. I don't know how many times.
More than twice?
You've seen it how many times? So we were all in here. You've seen it.
Because these members of the jury have a right to hear what you have to say.
Objection, Your Honor.
They don't hear what I say because I'm not allowed to say.
Let's not have an argument between you and the witness, okay? Let's ask your next question, please.
These jurors are not allowed to what I have to say.
Hold on. Mr. Tower, you need to wait until the question is finished and then answer the question that's asked of you, okay? Please ask your next question.
Thank you. You told the detectives that you stabbed your mother to death, but not until you finished what you had to say to her. What did you have to say to her that night?
There was a lot went on between the three of us.
What did you say to your mother before you stabbed her to death?
I'm answering your question. You're not listening. There was a lot that went on between the three of us. It wasn't just a parents and a child.
So there was a lot that went on among the three of you, correct?
That's what I just said.
Okay.
That I'm being stopped from talking about.
How old were you when you killed Jennifer and Robbie Towers?
21?
You were a grown man, weren't you?
No, I was not. You don't know the definition of a grown man.
At 21 years old, why didn't you just move out if you didn't like the people that you were living with? Why didn't you just move out?
The age has nothing to do with it.
Mr. Tower, why didn't you just move out if you didn't like the people you were living with?
I did move out a long time ago. I came back.
You went to West Virginia, didn't you?
Before West Virginia, I moved out. I just told you there was a lot that went on between the three of us. That the judge and the state won't let me talk.
Mr. Tower, do you believe in free will?
There's no free will. You know, we're all controlled in the states.
Mr.
Especially-
Tower, answer my question. It's a simple question. Do you believe that people have free will?
The question is not simple. If you look around, this is bigger than us.
When you went to live in West Virginia, how long were you up there?
I lived other places before West Virginia.
I didn't ask you about that. I asked you how long you lived in West Virginia.
Maybe 9 months, 10 months,
And what were you doing up there?
working.
Who set you up in that place to live in West Virginia?
There was a church that I found. The pastor over there helped me.
You were living with Jennifer's father in West Virginia, weren't you?
That was a long time ago before I went to West Virginia to live on my own.
Please answer
You get
my
it mixed,
question.
but you get
Mr.
the
Tower,
questions mixed up.
Mr. Tower, did you live with Jennifer's father in West Virginia?
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, and he seems to lack eye contact, which is a sign of, some believe a sign of autism, possibly. It could be a couple of different things. And yeah, that was, you see, there's a lot of like emotion. Oh, okay, that person. Yes, Kim, I think I know what you're talking about. And, well, that was nice of you. And, yeah, I haven't had any interactions with the person. I'm not going to either. Just we'll focus on the other things that we're doing. But thank you, Kim, for letting me know. And it's nice of you to want to reach out to people in a friendly way and make peace. Absolutely. Yeah, so it definitely, was he reading something? Yeah, shout out to G. Cool people. And Zoe, it's great to see you as always. Yeah, so he was getting very... Yes, very well said, G. I agree. Yeah, it'd be nice to me. That's all you need. Right. Right. Hello, Sauce. We were looking for you. Glad you're able to make it. All right. So here it is. Here's the rest of his testimony. Yes, that is what we feel too, Kim, and that is the noble rule, the golden rule. All right. Passion said, "How would a juror react to all the obscurity, and are they even allowed to?" Oh, I mean, the jury would have their own thoughts, certainly, about it. I'm sure there would probably be a mixed reaction, just like we saw in chat. Alright, and here we are going to continue.
That was not during the time when I went there by myself.
Why did you go to live in West Virginia when you were living with Jennifer's father?
The time that I did go to West Virginia to live with her father was because
Because why?
I'm gonna answer. Let me think about it. We were having fights in the family, and I was gonna visit. I was gonna see him for
Could we
maybe
have
for a
him
couple,
move away
maybe
from
for
the
a couple
microphone
months.
so we can hear?
Away from them, please.
Maybe for a couple months, I was gonna visit him until I went to Job Corps.
Yeah, who set you up in the Job Corps? Jennifer, didn't she?
What is your point?
Good evening, Moki. Welcome to the stream. We are reacting to his testimony. All right. Shout out to you. He didn't want to answer because he was disrespectful, and you can tell he's upset. He can't tell his history and what went on, and she look at me, his eyes, to have to say it pissed me off. Always around and lurking. Moki says, hi everyone. Moki, Zoe is said hello a little bit ago. She's doing alright. And working. Alright, here we go.
Did Jennifer set you up in the Job Corps?
No.
Did Jennifer set you up to live with her father in West Virginia?
No. What is the point of your question?
Remember, you're under oath, Mr. Tower. You're
I know I'm
under
under
oath to tell
oath.
the truth.
You're making no point in your questions. You're forgetting there was
Mr. Tower, you
the
need
father.
to wait for a question to be asked of you and then answer the question, please. Please ask your next question.
You made Jennifer and Robbie's life in their home a living hell, didn't you, Mr. Tower?
Again, there was a lot that went on.
Yes.
Yes, but
Yes.
some adults don't know how to be
Yes.
parents. Yes.
You made their life a living
Yeah,
hell.
no, I didn't. There's some adults don't know how to be parents. You don't know what you're talking about.
So he claims that in the home, he had some bad parentage, allegedly. Or some parents don't know how to be parents. I wasn't there. I don't know what he experienced. But this is his claim he has. And shout out to all of you. I'm glad that y'all are here with me.
In fact,
I came from a harsh environment.
many people come from a harsh
Yeah,
environment
but
and they don't kill their parents.
you gotta know how to treat those people correctly so they grow up properly.
Yeah, so how do you need to be treated?
I have been treated. It's too late for that. I'm adult now, but you're talking as if you don't know how to be a parent, and you don't know what it takes.
Are you a parent?
No, I'm not a parent, but you're asking me a
You made their
pointless
life a living.
question.
Zoe says, Moki, hey, sweetie pie. I'm working as usual, so can't talk like I want to. I saw you on Halloween stream, and you are adorable. Well, that's very sweet, and she is. That is so true. Thank you, Zoe.
Hell. In fact, your father told you that you were destroying his marriage.
If I
to
made-
his wife, isn't it true?
If I made their life
Mr.
a living hell,
Folks,
that's probably
hold-
had
hold
something
on,
to do
hold
with
on.
them.
The two of you are just talking over each
No,
other.
he's
Ms.
refusing to
Fragley,
answer.
You're asking a question. He begins to answer, and then you add to your question. Mr. Tower, when she's speaking, you then begin to answer. And what's happening is none of us are catching the question nor the answer. So let's please follow the procedure that we've done all throughout the trial. Let's please do a question, then we'll do a pause, and then the answer. Mr. Tower, I need you to answer the question and not ad-lib and add to it. Okay, sir? Please ask your next question, Ms. Fragley.
Did your father tell you that you were
Moki says, "I'll thank you, Zoe. I'll turn off my computer if I do it again." Yeah.
disrupting
Because of the background noise.
his marriage to Jennifer Tower, his wife?
Jennifer told me that before the adoption, that in the beginning,
He's not,
Rob,
not responding.
I'm responding. Rob did not want to adopt at all, and then he wanted to adopt a daughter, and then finally he agreed to adopt a son. So he didn't really want to adopt to begin with.
Mr. Tower, there was no question related to wanting to adopt other children. The question was calling for a yes or no response.
Well, he didn't really want to adopt me, is what I'm saying.
Mr. Tower, if you can please listen to the question and answer yes or no. Please ask the question again.
Thank you.
G says, defense was contentious home. Surely, with his personality and parents' fault, the prosecutor behaves in a way even Silverman didn't in Monica's. If any case had a right to be personal, it was that one. Yeah, because Monica Seaman is cringe. Yeah, this prosecutor, deaf, unprofessional. She's taking it very personally, not normal. Yeah, and I think that even if someone's guilty, it's important to have the proper conduct. Just as we talk about Darrell Brooks, the way he had inappropriate actions in the courtroom, and I don't know, is she trying to manipulate a situation to agitate him, to make him say something, to get him convicted? Thank you for pointing that out. And what Shaza said is that sometimes that people want to adopt an exotic kid, like as a accessory in social circles. Like similar how people will get an exotic animal or a pet, as an exotic thing. Or I'll even go further to say like a dancing bear, which is a very inhumane thing that they do in other countries, where like they'll chain up a bear and make it dance around for food, and it's kind of messed up. So did he feel, although it was not right for him to go delete anybody, kill anybody, what drove him to think that it was the only way out? If he premeditated it, which is wrong. If he didn't premeditate it and just blew up everywhere, that's also wrong. And good, interesting points, chat. Thank you. And Kim says, I agree with you. Don't need to have contact. Just let it be. Just trying to reach to see if people can touch some. I wasn't going to bring it up. I was just trying. Kim, thank you for the diplomatic skills, which I appreciate. Our child chat group, the diplomatic skills that we have, and with others, that is something I like very much. So thank you, Kim, for trying to make peace. All right, Tom says he didn't want to answer questions. He wanted to tell his story. Right. And Kim says, I agree with everyone, and I didn't feel this way until on the stand. I feel for her so much. And yeah, it definitely needs to be jail forever, but he does have a point, as any defense does when they want to get a why and how things were at home. All right. Moki says, I do too, she did her job. Okay, thank you, Moki, for your take. And him says, oh, by the way, I didn't make sauce because hobbies and change of mind, want to made chili, be working with tomorrow. I've never seen defense like this, one where he asks no questions and redirect, asking him to explain what he wanted to say. Okay. Now we'll continue. As I said, it's very messed up that he did this. And it would have been nice if he could have gotten some help or expressed himself in a different way, because, murdering his parents, in my opinion, was not the answer. Because we have to have other ways to express ourselves, even if we are wrong. Maybe he was wronged, hypothetically. Just being hypothetical. But there's a right and a wrong way to express yourself. So it's unfortunate, he could have either gone back to his home country or he could have stayed here. Did he have some like a psychopathic tendency that came out because of the abuse that he had growing up? Was it a combination of things? Was it an explosion? As everybody can react to these type of things differently. So I think, yeah, both things be true. Yeah, Smokey, he needs to be locked up. And if he could get some sort of counseling somehow to help him calm down, that would be good for him. Some medicine or something. Yeah, because if he was released, maybe he'd do it again. I mean, right. And that's true. And I think even if he has a point, even if he was an accessory, even if the father didn't want him being on the streets is very dangerous. Absolutely. Yeah. But I do think no one wants to be abnormal. No one wants to wake up in mommy's belly saying, let me be a psycho or let's make me angry. So in all cases, prosecution has the right to be a person, but they don't. Ooh, I so agree with you. I thought I was alone in that. Okay. Oki said, I think he'd be born a psychopath. It's a brain thing. He had trouble long before he was adopted. Yeah, that is true. In the country he came from, he did. And psychopaths are known to be manipulative and good at making up things or twisting things around in certain situations. So, yeah, that is also true. I do think two things be true at the same time. That, and think about like a plant growing. And a plant growing, it needs all the right conditions for it to grow and come up. So all the right conditions were there for whatever's wrong with him to come out. And if he never had any abuse in his life, maybe he would have done the same thing. There's just some evil people out there. And a lot of the psychopathic people, unfortunately, your discretion advised, it's about to be graphic, they are not always nice to the critters when they're kids. So if there's kids with strange behavior, they might grow up to have the behavior as they age. So it is, as Moki said, does start off as kids. And G said, the thing is, alien, you don't ask to be a sicko, but should you be on the street? Exactly. No, should not be on the streets ever. Yeah, no one asked to be a sicko, and people can be wronged, mistreated, but yeah, that does not mean you want a sicko on the streets. And I completely think that he needs to be locked up and not released. And Oki said people did take him in though, and then kicked him out because he's nuts. Yeah, and I know some people that had kids that they had to put out because they were nuts. Yeah, it happens. There's some kids that are not that good. Yeah. And Passion says the military might have been a good for him instead of loving couple, an outlet for all the rage. That's a good idea. I don't know if it would be a good idea, but that's an idea to throw around, right? One lady in a chat concocted a whole story about the Russian deleting killing his parents and making him watch. I found that amusing. Okay. I agree, Moki. Back home, no doubt, my mind. That's why no one else wanted to take him in. But I do think there were family things. Who cares? Jail forever. Yes, I think he needs to be locked up forever. He certainly... Because if he was released, he probably would do it again. Oh, Lord, where did she get that? Yeah. Because, as G and I were saying, two things be true at the same time. And you could have a situation where somebody is, as I said, wants to fit in, feel like they need to belong, and people can have something happen to them and make them a certain way, but at the same time, yeah, if he's released on the streets, he may do it again. He may do it to somebody else, and he had behavior before he was adopted. And, maybe he is not showing eye contact, and as Kim said, should he, not, autistic people don't necessarily act like this, but could he have something, autism, so could he, not that autistic people, as I said, do that, or some other kind of thing that wasn't treated. And as I said, some kids are just bad. So yeah, and chasing the mother with a knife and getting her on the sofa, yeah, that's really a like Michael Myers type level of doing stuff. Yeah, and like for instance, Johnny Depp, right? He goes and he gets explosive on cabinets and he beats up the cabinets. He directed his rage at something else that wasn't his Amber Heard at the time. So yeah, very good point, chat. Thank you. As we continue to watch this, I've been trying to catch up with this trial recovery, still processing 3 relatives passed. Oh, yeah, condolences. 1 month plus anniversary of my sweet hubby's passing. Oh, no, on the 20th. Condolences and prayers for you, Zoe. Thank you for letting us know. I went on today and did everything I could to change my name back to Kimberly. Followed everything I was supposed to do, but still showing this way. I don't know where it came from. If you have a computer, you can look at YouTube Studios and go to customize. Or on the app, you probably could do it too on there. It'll show you in the app. All right. Now, continuing.
Did your father tell you that you were destroying his marriage to Jennifer?
I was not destroying his marriage to Jennifer.
The question, sir. The question was, did your father tell you that? Did your father tell you that? Yes or no?
What do you want me to say? He doesn't know how to love his wife. What do you want me to say?
Right, I'll sustain the objection as unresponsive. He's unable to answer. Please move on to your next question.
Who paid for your flights in 2013 and 2014?
As stated, at some point, I'm going to cut off all these questions about perhaps benevolent acts. You can go a bit further, but let's start to move on. Okay, I'll overrule the objection. You may finish your question.
Yes. Who paid for your flights to the United States in 2013 and 2014?
This question is pointless, but however, the company who provided who had something to do with adoption did. And I don't understand what's the point of this question either.
Why did you drop out of high school?
Because I was being brainwashed, as the rest of the children are.
Now, that reminds you a little bit of what Brooks would think. Not comparing him necessarily to Brooks, although it's kind of similar in a way. Yeah, he's talking about the schools brainwashing people into, like, being conforming with the government system. He kind of seems like he has probably an idiosyncratic political philosophy about maybe he believes that it's a controlled, corrupted system. He obviously doesn't like the way our country or school is, and yeah, I wonder if he had some ideas from either he researched here or something he researched about his other country. Okay, and Moki says, let's see. In my Timu educated opinion, from watching that psychopath show on ID, you can be born with propensity towards psychopathy, and your environment can push you one way or another. Very well said, Moki. In my Timu opinion, I agree with you. Well said. And he's not wrong about the schools. Now, there are schools these days that are not really that great. That's true. I'm not too sure what he means exactly, but yeah, we can agree that some school systems aren't that great, as we've discussed here before. So yeah, there you go. He gets a point there. And now we're continuing. Scared. Scared.
Dropped out of high school because you were on the verge of getting expelled, weren't you, Mr. Tower?
What expelled? Do you even know what they teach in schools? What are you talking about?
Mr. Tower, answer my question.
I'm answering your question. You don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, and schools sometimes they're not focusing on educating kids, but other things. So if he's talking about like what we've talked about here, yeah, I can see where he's coming from in that, if that's what he's referring to. But I really don't know exactly what he means. Sometimes these people, I think they're in some other realm somewhere where, but sometimes they could be onto this something here and there. But yeah, that was something. Thanks for Moki for pointing that one out. Yeah, because when I was watching it, it didn't quite click with me. But there we go. Okay, so yeah, they are teaching things in schools these days that don't need to be taught. And we need to focus on schoolwork.
These schools today, they don't teach anything the kids should know. And the schools are not for everyone.
Mr. Tower, you dropped out of high school because you were on the verge of getting expelled from high school.
No, I wasn't. I'm telling you that. You ever been to school? You know that schools don't teach kids proper education.
Mr. Tower, stop talking.
Yeah, now there is truth to, there's my famous line of Kernel of Truth. In my famous line is that, yeah, they need to teach kids about if they want to be a lawyer, a doctor, a scientist, they should pursue that. And they need to be geared for that. They should be geared for that. Moki said they probably asked him his pronouns. Yeah. So, yeah, I see what you mean. And they're not always preparing them for the workplace, or they want to do something else that isn't college oriented. They could teach them about the other thing. But yeah, whatever it is, they aren't really. I could see where he would have frustration with the system, considering what some schools are teaching kids these days. Yeah.
I'm talking because you don't know what you're talking about.
All right, let's move on to the next question. His answer was no. Please move on to your next question.
In fact, you were about to get expelled because you were fighting with other children in the school and on the bus, weren't you, Mr. Tower?
No, I wasn't. I just told you what happened.
How old were you when you dropped out of high school?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. How old were you when you were in 10th grade?
I said I don't remember.
The famous line is, "I don't recall." But in this case, he doesn't remember.
When you were sitting out in your car before you went into the house on the night of August 31st, did you decide to kill your parents before you walked in?
Yes.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect, Mr. Gilman.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take a short break, 5-minute break.
All right. Now, there is another video, I think, of the defense. So that was his testimony part. Might have been it. Oh, Passion said kids don't need to know much spelling, math, chemistry, physics. It's on your phone. Philosophy and art are still subjective. Thank you, Passion. Exactly. The internet, there's lots of things people can learn. Stuff on there, like with the internet. And with some, like the way the school system these days, they don't always teach them like what they need to know. Like, it was like, I remember like there was these math equations we would do. That was just like a bunch of gibberish. Like, I did good at some of it when I really applied myself, but yeah, it just was like a bunch of gibberish. Like, I could, but yeah, with the phones and stuff we have, in the internet, there's a whole world people could learn of things. Yeah, thank you for your point. I thought there was something else, but yeah, that was his testimony. Yeah, that was his testimony. Okay, did the defense cross him? I thought the defense crosses him. Let's go. We're gonna find this. Scared. Dima, huh? And I didn't even have the thing in there. Okay, so defense crosses Dima. I guess this is something where, let's see, because I know we just kind of watched something. Let's see what this other part is.
With a knife in your hand, because Mr.
Especially.
Tower, answer my question.
Then we'll do a pause and then the answer. Mr. Tower.
Did Jennifer set you up?
You parent. You don't know what you're talking about.
In fact,
Mr. Tower, when she's speaking, you then begin to answer. And what's happening is none of us are catching the question nor the answer. So let's please follow the procedure that we've done all throughout the trial. Let's please do a question, then we'll do a pause, and then the answer. Mr. Tower, I need you to answer the question and not ad-lib and add to it. Okay, sir? Please ask your next question, Ms. Freitas.
did your father tell you that you were disrupting his marriage to Jennifer Tower, his wife?
Jennifer told me that before the adoption, that in the beginning,
He's not,
Rob.
not responding.
I'm responding. Rob did not want to adopt at all, and then he wanted to adopt a daughter, and then finally he agreed to adopt a son. So he didn't really want to adopt to begin with.
Mr. Tower, there was no question related to wanting to adopt other children. The question was calling for a yes or no response.
Well, he didn't really want to adopt me, is what I'm saying.
Mr. Tower, if you can please listen to the question and answer yes or no. Please ask the question again.
Thank you. Did your father tell you that you were destroying his marriage to Jennifer?
I was not destroying his marriage to
The
Jennifer.
question, sir. The question was, did your father tell you that? Did your father tell you that, yes or no?
What do you want me to say? He doesn't know how to love his wife. What do you want me to say?
All right, I'll sustain the objection as unresponsive. He's unable to answer. Please move on to your next question.
Who paid for your flights in 2013 and 2014?
As stated, at some point, I'm going to cut off all these questions about perhaps benevolent acts.
Thank you, G, for your take on this. I appreciate it, and everybody else too. I changed my name whole through process, seeing him on the stand, and he did it. We should be able to hear his story, and maybe it would be manslaughter to a degree, okay, and of what a real family is. And people, this doesn't count that they are a problem. They think parents tolerate no matter what. And yeah, I think that there are expectations that he may have wanted to have met, and there wasn't the expectations he wanted. So that's possible. He, with his rage and whatever is wrong with him, like what Moki and I were talking about, it just, flashed out that way. Yeah, certainly in prison, with the outbursts this dude has, it's not going to do too well for him. Yeah, he's going to it's going to be difficult for him in there. Yeah.
Acts. You can go a bit further, but let's start to move on. Okay, I'll overrule the objection. You may finish your question.
Yes. Who paid for your flights to the United States in 2013 and 2014?
This question is pointless, but however, the company who provided who had something to do with adoption did. And I don't understand what's the point of this question either.
Why did you drop out of high school?
Because I was being brainwashed, as the rest of the children are.
You dropped out of high school because you were on the verge of getting expelled, weren't you, Mr. Tepper?
What expelled? You even know what they teach in schools?
All right, we saw that part. Okay, so we watched it, but yeah, that is because there are some other parts that maybe we didn't see because this is a longer video than the other one. Let's see this first part, if it was something.
All right, everybody may be seated. All right, state.
Your Honor, the state is resting its case in chief.
All right, the state has rested their case in chief, so I'll turn to the defense. Mr. Gilman.
The defense calls Dima Tower.
All right, Mr. Tower, can you please stand and face the clerk? Madam Clerk, can you swear in the witness?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
You may be seated. Mr. Gilman, when you're ready.
Can you just move up a little closer to make sure you're talking in the microphone there, okay? Can you please tell us your name?
Dima James Tower.
And Mr. Tower, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay, and where, I noticed you have an accent. Where were you born?
I was born in Ukraine,
What part of Ukraine?
in far east part.
This is the part I didn't play yet, by the way. I didn't play this part yet.
Luhansk, that is borders with Russia.
And when did you come to live in the United States?
I believe I came in 2015.
So you were living in Ukraine in February of 2014 when there was an incursion into Crimea? I use a lot of big words there, I'm sorry. Were you living in Ukraine in February of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you living when you were in Ukraine before you came to the United States? Where were you living? Like what
Well,
type of house?
Before the orphanage?
No, I was talking about the orphanage. Tell me about that. What type of place was that?
Should I talk about my life before the orphanage, or?
We will, sure. How did you end up getting to an orphanage?
I'm going to object to all this.
Yeah, I mean, I'll allow brief background, very, very brief, so let's not spend too much time. Okay?
Sure. And Your Honor, actually, if we could approach briefly.
You may.
I would start about talking about my life before my mother passed away.
I understand that.
You know,
The issue that is that I'm hoping that you can respond to the questions.
Yeah, I can respond to the questions, but
Okay, so your mother, how old were you when your mother passed away?
I'm somewhere between 6, 7, or 8.
Okay,
I was thinking about this somewhere between those years.
Okay.
I mean, if maybe I can give a little bit of my personal background or something.
Mr. Tower, the way it's going to work the same with all witnesses. You need to listen to the question and then answer only the question that's been asked of you, okay?
Well, it's important that.
It may be important, but you need to follow the rules in a courtroom, okay? Please ask your next question.
Sure. Were you just living only with your mom when she passed?
Yes.
Okay.
I was.
And then who did you go to live with after that?
I went to live with my brother.
Okay. How long did that last for?
Maybe a couple months, so.
Okay. And then where did you go?
I went to my uncle's house.
Okay. How long did that last for?
A couple months.
And you eventually end up in the foster care system in Ukraine, correct?
Objection, leading.
Yeah, I was in two orphanage, or for foster care, orphanages, whatever they call that. The first one I was in before the war, and then
Objection,
I was-
non-responsive.
Overruled. I think he's trying to give a time frame of when he was in the orphanage. You can answer the question.
I was in the first orphanage in that same region I was born in, the same side of Ukraine. And then when the war started, we were moved to another part of Ukraine, which is somewhere close to the sea.
And was it around that time that you met the Towers, that they came over to meet you?
Yes, I met him at the, I believe it was end of summer of 2013. I met him. Well, I actually met him over here after I was sent to visit for a month in the States. I flew in and met him at the airport.
Was that
for
the first time that you had met them?
That was for the first time, yes.
Okay. And how long after that do you come to this country?
Well, I also came for the second visit. That summer of 2014, I came for the second visit to meet the rest of the family.
And then you come to live permanently when? In 2015?
Well, I was adopted right before the 2015. I was adopted that winter, and I came to live here in 2015. Yes.
Okay. Did you go to school here in Sarasota County?
The questions that you're asking are very complicated, and cannot be simply answered. But I'm forced to simply answer the questions, which cannot, for no right reason, can be answered simply. These are not simple questions.
Your Honor, I object to the editorializing by this witness. Other witnesses are not allowed to have this kind of conversation with counsel.
All right, let's try not to have speaking objections, Counselor. I'll sustain the objection as non-responsive. Please move on, Mr. Gilman.
Do you remember talking to law enforcement in this case and telling them that you went to Northport High School for a little while?
Yeah, I went to, right after I was adopted, I went to the school in Northport, Woodland Middle School. And then after I did a half a year in that, I enrolled in Northport High School,
Okay.
which I dropped out of in 10th grade.
Okay. And did you know any English before you came to the United States?
No,
How did you learn English?
by conversating here and there, small talk.
All right. And how long did you live with the Towers prior to, either graduating high school or moving out?
Again, this is a complicated question, and
Objection to narrative.
the answer, it can be very long because I moved in, I moved out.
Objection to narrative.
I'm going to sustain the objection as non-responsive.
Okay. You said you dropped out after 10th grade. Did you move out after that?
No, I stayed, but I didn't really move out on my own. It was just too many family issues.
Okay. And you were not living with them when did you move back in with them prior to August the 31st of 2023?
I don't understand the question.
So in August of 2023, which is the incident that we're talking about, how long prior to that were you back living with the house? 'Cause I know you had just moved back there, correct?
Well, yeah, I assume that
Do you need a moment, Mr. Tower?
Ask
All
for
right.
the.
Remember the jurors, let's take a break. Please leave your notepads face down, writing implements on top. Please don't discuss anything related to your jury. Everybody stand, jurors exiting. And that applies to you and every other witness. You might recall I even said that about the folks in the audience. Do you recall that, Mr. Tower?
I do.
Okay, are you able to move forward in that?
I am.
fashion? Okay. Also, Mr. Tower, the way a jury trial works is the attorneys, their job is to ask questions, and your role as a witness is to answer the questions that are asked of you. You understand?
I understand.
Okay. Mr. Gilman, anything we have to discuss before we move forward?
No, Your Honor.
You had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Tower about
I
the
did.
procedure and how we'll move forward?
I did.
All right. Anything else to discuss with the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, both sides ready to bring the jurors back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury back in, please.
All rise, jury's entering.
All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury.
She says, Alien, what do you think should you bring Brandon in here? Oh, he's been invited several times. Yeah, he could come here if he like acts chill at the chat. I don't mind. I'm scared. Okay, reading Kathy's tweet. It is this. Some interesting things happen outside the jury's presence in NV Devin Michaels just now. The judge ordered that we cannot broadcast anything without jury present, but our photog giving plenty play-by-play. They had detectives in a stand talking about interviews Devin had with police. There were 6 interviews. He said Devin failed a polygraph test. The jury won't hear that. And after she failed, she admitted to hitting John over the head during one of the interviews. Devin asked for the recording to turn off per detective, and that's when she said she put John's head in laundry basket and took it with her. So there you go. That is what happened. Thank you, Moki, for the tweet information. And now we'll continue.
All right, Mr. Gilman, when you're ready, please continue.
All right. And Mr. Tower, I want to focus you on when you sat down and talked with the police down there in Venice. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Was that the first time that you had ever had that kind of encounter with police?
Yes.
How'd that make you feel?
Objection.
Awkward. Made me feel awkward.
Hold on one moment. I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. Why would you say it makes you feel awkward?
Because I'm uncomfortable talking because I had many miscommunication and
Yeah, he should have said grounds. Yeah. I like that. That he should have pulled say grounds or subject matter jurisdiction. Dimma needs meds, not sticking up for him, but getting any current Bianca Ellis is scared. I don't think they bonded again. Totally agree with the whole social thing. I believe father interested, adoption period, wife pushed and felt, and he knew it. Okay. Thank you for your take on this.
Or not enough communication or misunderstanding with my adopted parents. So I grew up into not knowing how to talk.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. It was completing the answer. You may continue, Mr. Gilman.
So when you were talking with the police, did you understand everything that they were asking you?
I did.
Did you feel like you answered appropriately, given that you were
Yes, and Shaza, certainly you should have been given the invite to go. It was a long time since I saw you from the YSL trial. I always intended you to come here. It's just I'm glad that you eventually found the channel, but I always intended to invite you here. Then at some point you were not around and you came back to the trial chats. But yeah, definitely you should have been invited way sooner. Definitely, but I'm glad that you found it here, and if done over again, you should have gotten a golden invite certificate, definitely, because you are awesome. Same thing with the chat is awesome as well. So, yeah. I understand your frustration. Passion is justified.
uncomfortable?
No.
Okay. Do you remember talking with them about multiple times having thoughts of killing your parents?
Yeah, I only had those thoughts a couple times.
Okay. Did you ever have a plan in place to make that happen?
No, I did not.
I don't think I have anything further, Judge.
State cross-examination when you're ready.
That is true. Moki does regularly invite everybody. And I want to thank you all for being here, supporting the channel. And yes, Moki all the time tells people to come to the channel all the time. And I appreciate her for that.
Are you going to look me in the eye, Mr. Tower? Guess not. So you said you didn't think about killing your parents.
I did not plan on it.
Mr. Tower,
It was not premeditated.
Mr. Tower, when I ask you a question, you can answer, but not until then. You pulled out a sharp knife and you walked into your parents' bedroom, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. What were you thinking about between the time you took that sharp knife, walked into your parents' bedroom, and started to stab your father in the dark?
I wasn't thinking anything.
You weren't thinking anything.
What is there to think?
Wow. Hello there, Brandon. Welcome to the stream. We're speak of the devil, as they say. All right, here you go. You are friends with our trial chat group. I've seen you there. I've not talked to you, I don't think, much, but I've seen you in the trial chat. So there you go. Welcome to the stream. We summon Brandon. Yes.
I don't know. Your parents were sound asleep, weren't they?
I don't know.
Good question, Passion. Very good question.
Was your father awake when you started to stab him?
It was pitch black.
You picked up a knife from the kitchen and you cowardly went into
Objection,
your...
argumentative, sustained.
Were your parents awake?
I don't know if they were awake. I already answered it.
Sustained.
She asked me a second time.
What did you say?
You're asking me a second time, same question.
Shout out to Brandon. Facts.
What did your father say after you stabbed him?
What the hell are you doing?
You're welcome, buddy.
And then what happened? Did you stab him again?
Yes.
Okay, what were you thinking about between the first stab and the second stab?
There's nothing to think.
Nothing to think. You haven't-
What am I supposed to think then?
Listen to me. You don't. There was nothing to think. That's your answer. All right. So you're telling me that as a human being, you walked into your father's bedroom with your mother sleeping next to him. The parents that brought you over here.
Objection, argumentative, compound question.
These people were not my parents.
Hold on. I'm going to overrule the objection. It's a bit compoundish, but I'm going to allow it. You may continue with your question.
Thank you. The parents that brought you over here to this country, and you weren't thinking anything.
These people were not my parents. There's a lot went on that changed our relationship.
G said I'd be ultra nice to him, otherwise, skirt, he'd kill us. Right. He's like, you asked me the second time if I had him as a student back in the day. They used to pull you by the ear and right out the room. Oh, I can't believe this kid dragged his mom back. I wish the neighbors answered. Oh, I'm sure the neighbors have PTSD for not answering. You know, that certainly is a regret, because that is what they did. You know, he dragged the mother back to continue the attack. Yeah. All right. And after this, we're going to watch our boy Darrell Brooks. And grounds on unlawful law and all that other stuff. Scared.
That's not my question. My question is, are you telling this jury that you won't even look in the eye that the people who brought you over here and gave you a home, that you were stabbing them and you didn't think anything of it? Is that what you're saying?
The answer's too complicated for you.
No, it's not a complicated answer. It's a yes or it's a no.
It's not. It's a complicated answer.
However, you told the detectives that you were a nobody from nowhere, didn't you?
When I was talking to detectives, I was not in my completely right state of mind.
Mr. Tower, did you tell the detectives that you were a nobody from nowhere?
I just answered your question.
No, you didn't.
I said I was not in my right state of mind when I was talking to detectives. It just went on a lot, you
Let
know.
the jury recall what they heard.
Objection, argumentative.
I was under the influence of alcohol also.
I'll sustain that it's unresponsive. He's not answering your question.
Your parents,
They were not my parents, unfortunately.
Sir, you cannot interrupt the attorney. Wait for them to finish their question.
All right. And okay, so we have question. He did stab her, right? I wish on the road, right? I wish she tried to keep running. I don't know how much she was stabbed, but she was incapacitated. It wasn't on the road. It seems it was probably, like next to the other house. So she was stabbed in the house, and then she ran out the house to the neighbor's house next door. All right, testimony that stabbed in the family home. Oh, this day is amazing. We have Miss Brandon Hoseman lurking with Brandon coming. We summoned everybody, chat. Today was the day. Scared. All right. And anyway, so Jennifer ran to the neighbor's house. Was it a graze? Okay, this is what we know. The front door to seek help after being attacked at the home. The neighbor heard screaming and a door ring and found blood on her step, but the victim's gone was open. Okay. And then the mother was dragged back inside the house and continued the fatal stabbing. The nature and extent of the injuries, along with the continuation of the attack, suggest the victim really incapacitated, though Jennifer did try to escape. So she was incapacitated to an extent. Let's see, how bad was she damaged from the first stab? Okay, let's see. Alright, it's difficult to exactly know how bad it was. The very first stab was but evidence presented in the trial that Jennifer Tower sustained a significant life-threatening injuries during the initial attack before she fled. So, gee, it was a life-threatening stab wound that she had before she left. It wasn't a graze, it was really bad. And there's, like, blood coming out. Alright. Maybe he was SA in that house, and that is what he wants to tell. Hey, we never know. Of course, it's not a justification for what he did, or maybe something happened when he was in Russia. I'm not Russia. Well, I'm being a little bit. That's a little bit of controversial because I called Ukraine Russia. That could cause a war. So. But really what I mean is Ukraine, maybe something happened in Ukraine or maybe something happened there. That's a good question, Loli. It's a good, good point. I eat them all before wedding. Yeah, we're having a chat wedding and the captain will marry. Do you, Miss B, take Mr. B to be your lawfully wedded husband? Alright, we're having chat wedding. Facts. Do you promise to honor, obey, love, command, and get naked? Be sorry for your boo. Yeah, facts. Yeah. Yes, indeed. That is. Shout out to the chat wedding that's going on. Alright. I want to have kids at age, but going childhood, to be said. It depends on how he was treated over in Ukraine also. Yeah, the way he was treated in Ukraine is also would be a factor. Although although he probably was messed up of like in the head already, that also played a role into it as well. Very well said, Brandon. And the captain of a ship has the authority to marry people, by the way. So, and I pronounce them man and wife. There we go. Yeah. And Moki is the flower girl. Facts. This is a really nice chat wedding. All right, continuing. And also, G, I agree with you about Brooks. You know, it was very messed up what he put her through, but now it's comical. Yeah, I agree.
And then you can answer the question asked of you, okay? Please ask your question.
Mr. Tower, the people that brought you over here, they gave you an opportunity to be a somebody from somewhere, didn't they?
It depends on their parenting.
What?
It depends on their parenting, how you raise your children.
Depends on the what?
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
No,
Have you ever been a mother of children?
After you stabbed your father to death, you walked outside with a knife in your hand because Jennifer was outdoors, wasn't she?
I was temporarily insane.
Sir, can you please sit back from the microphone? It's difficult to hear you. Thank you.
All right. When you walked out of the house after you killed your father, did you carry the knife with you to lead Jennifer back in?
I did.
You did or did not? I can't understand.
I said I did.
You did. You took the knife with you to go out and find the person that adopted you.
Yes, I was temporarily insane, as I said.
Temporarily insane.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Members of the jury, I'm going to ask that you strike that last response. There is no insanity defense. There is no evidence presented in this trial to insanity. So I will just order that you not receive that answer. It's irrelevant, not permissible during this trial. Okay? Please ask your next question.
Thank you. Were you thinking about killing your mother when you went out?
G, the maid of honor. That's what G is, the maid of honor. And Kim says, who's getting married, guys? Brandon and Miss Brandon. Sauce is lurking probably. London, England. Nice. Okay. And he's an animal murdering unhinged nut. Yes. Absolutely. I agree. Yes, you are, G.
Outside with the knife and led her back in?
What do you mean by thinking?
Did your parents buy you a car?
Objection outside the scope?
Yeah. Hilarious, G. Yeah.
Overruled.
What does has to do with this?
Did your parents buy you a car? Answer my question.
Well, I know where your question is. I know. I
Answer
don't
my
understand.
question,
I don't
Mr.
understand your
Tower.
question. I don't understand it.
Did your parents buy you a car?
I don't understand this question.
Did your parents get you a bank card?
Yes, and I don't understand it.
Are the-
What's the point of this question?
Did your parents get you a bank card?
So,
But it might be more attractive, you know, the olden days, men like to discover and leave things to imagination. Should go in bikinis. Well, if there's like a party, a rave party, maybe you could think about it. Scared. And I am Mrs. Sue. Will cleavage type always classy, sexy combo. Oh, nice G, nice. Yeah, G likes to add the mystery. I like that. There you go.
Did you have a TV in your room?
No. What's the point of these questions?
You told the detectives that you were thinking about killing your parents for the last several days. Isn't that true?
That is not true.
Were you in the courtroom when your recording was played? Mr. Tower,
I was.
were you listening?
I was listening.
And did you hear that you were telling the detectives that you were thinking about that for more than a day?
Again.
You don't remember that part?
Again. I did not know what I was saying. Also, I only taught this a couple of times. This was not a constant thought in my head.
Okay, so you thought about it at least a couple times before you did it?
No, I taught it one time, and the second time I taught it, I did it. There was no thinking about it.
You thought about it the first time, and then you put it off. Then you thought about it the second time, and then you went and did it? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you thought about it the first time, where were you?
Probably in the car somewhere.
Where in the car? Parked in front of your house?
Possibly. Very possibly.
Very possibly.
Well, I don't remember. You asking me a question that happened a long time ago. I don't remember.
Okay. Why did you ask your mother to go back inside the house?
Brought her off the street. I don't know.
Because you wanted to kill her, didn't you? Did you hear the doctor talk about how many times you stabbed your mother, Jennifer Towers, the person that you say is not?
Brandon says it seems he wants control and he never looks up. Yeah. He doesn't have the eye contact. That is also a thing about him he definitely is exhibiting. Lack of eye contact, and he's looking down and being defensive. Yes. G said, I will concede to Moki she can decide whatever she thinks is best. Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Not your mother? How many times did you stab her?
You're talking to someone who has no understanding.
You don't understand that question?
No, you don't understand what you're saying.
How many times did you stab your mother?
I didn't know.
More than once?
Yeah, more than once. I don't know how many times.
More than twice?
You've seen how many times. So we were all in here. You've seen it.
Because these members of the jury have a right to hear what you have to say.
Objection, Your Honor.
They don't hear what I say because I'm not allowed to say
Let's
it.
not have an argument between you and the witness, okay? Let's ask your next question, please.
These jurors are not allowed
you-
to what I have to say.
Hold on. Mr. Tower, you need to wait until the question is finished and then answer the question that's asked of you, okay? Please ask your next question.
Thank you. You told the detectives that You stabbed your mother to death, but not until you finished what you had to say to her. What did you have to say to her that night?
There was a lot went on between the three of us.
What did you say to your mother before you stabbed her to death?
I'm answering your question. You're not listening. There was a lot that went on between the three of us. It wasn't just a parents and a child.
So there was a lot that went on among the three of you, correct?
That's what I just said.
Okay.
That I'm being stopped from talking about.
How old were you when you killed Jennifer and Robbie Tower?
21?
You were a grown man, weren't you?
No, I was not. You don't know the definition of a grown man.
Since I'm the captain of the spaceship, I'll perform the marriage. I have the authority to do so. See, and I recall Moki's the flower girl. She said, Joyce brings the wine, Lowly does the Italian food stuff. And so far, unless there's an objection that if a G said she would yield to Moki, if Moki had some other type of idea, that for now G would be the maid of honor, and Sauce carries the ring, but he needs to, not on the sausage, but just in his hand, right? But yeah, it's up to Miss Brandon to make all the decisions, of course. These are just suggestions. So, yeah, that is true. There you go. Oh, yes, Alien. So, Brandon approves. Miss Brandon approves. That is awesome.
At 21 years old, why didn't you just move out?
Yeah, passion. Shaza, Woody knows what a grown man is if he recalls. Yeah, that's true. Yes, that was a funny response from Sauce, yes. Right.
If you didn't like the people that you were living with.
And Brand's gonna bring the coffee. Facts.
Why didn't you just move out?
The age has nothing to do with it.
Mr. Tower, why didn't you just move out if you didn't like the people you were living with?
I did move out a long time ago. I came back.
You went to West Virginia, didn't you?
Before West Virginia, I moved out. I just told you there was a lot that went on between the three of us. That the judge and the state won't let me talk.
Mr. Tower, do you believe in free will?
There's no free will. We're all controlled in the states.
Mr.
Especially.
Tower, answer my question. It's a simple question. Do you believe that people have free will?
The question is not simple. If you look around, this is bigger than us.
When you went to live in West Virginia, how long were you up there?
I lived other places before West Virginia.
I didn't ask you about that. I asked you how long you lived in West Virginia.
Maybe 9 months, 10 months,
And what were you doing up there?
working.
Who set you up in that place to live in West Virginia?
There was a church that I found. The pastor over there helped me.
You were living with Jennifer's father in West Virginia, weren't you?
That was a long time ago before I went to West Virginia to live on my own.
Please answer
You get
my
it mixed,
question.
but you get
Mr.
the
Tower,
questions mixed up.
Mr. Tower, did you live with Jennifer's father in West Virginia?
That was a long time ago. That was not during the time when I went there by myself.
Why did you go to live in West Virginia when you were living with Jennifer's father?
the time that I did go to West Virginia to live with her father was because
Why?
I'm gonna answer. Let me think about it. We were having fights in the family, and I was gonna visit. I was gonna see. I was gonna see him for
Could we
maybe
have
for a
him
couple-
move away
maybe
from
for
the
a couple
microphone
months.
so we can
Mic
hear?
away from them, please.
maybe for a couple months. I was gonna visit him until I went to Job Corps.
Yeah, who set you up in the Job Corps? Jennifer, didn't she?
What is your point?
Hello, Regina. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. There's a wedding going on in chat.
Did Jennifer set you up in the Job Corps?
No.
Did Jennifer set you up to live with her father in West Virginia?
No. What is the point of your question?
Remember, you're under oath, Mr. Tower. You're
I
under
know I'm
oath
under
to
oath.
tell the truth.
You're making no point in your questions. You're forgetting there was
Mr. Tower, you
the
need
father.
to wait for a question to be asked of you and then answer the question, please. Please ask your next question.
You made Jennifer and Robbie's life in their home a living hell, didn't you, Mr. Tower?
Again, there was a lot that went on.
Yes.
Yes, but
Yes.
some adults don't know how to be
Yes.
parents. Yes.
You made their life a living
Yeah,
hell.
no, I didn't. There's some adults don't know how to be parents. You don't know what you're talking about.
In fact,
I came from a harsh environment.
many people come from a harsh
Yeah,
environment,
but
and they don't kill their parents.
you gotta know how to treat those people correctly so they grow up properly.
Yeah, so how do you need to be treated?
I have been treated. It's too late for that. I'm adult now. But you're talking as if you don't know how to be a parent, and you don't know what it takes.
Are you a parent?
No, I'm not a parent. But you're asking me a.
You made their
Pointless
life a living
question.
hell. In fact, your father told you that you were destroying his marriage
If I
to
made-
his wife. Isn't it true?
If I made their life a
Mr.
living hell,
Folks,
that's probably had
hold
something
on,
to do
hold
with
on.
them.
The two of you are just talking over each
No,
other.
he's
Ms.
refusing to
Fragley,
answer.
you're asking a question, he begins to answer, and then you add to your question. Mr. Tower, when she's speaking, you then begin to answer. And what's happening is none of us are catching the question nor the answer. So let's please follow the procedure that we've done all throughout the trial. Let's please do a question, then we'll do a pause, and then the answer. Mr. Tower, I need you to answer the question and not ad-lib and add to it, okay, sir? Please ask your next question, Ms. Fraylin.
Did your father tell you that you were disrupting his marriage to Jennifer Tower, his wife?
Jennifer told me that before the adoption, that in the beginning,
He's
Rob.
not responding.
I'm responding. Rob did not want to adopt at all, and then he wanted to adopt a daughter, and then finally he agreed to adopt a son. So he didn't really want to adopt to begin with.
Mr. Tower, there was no question related to wanting to adopt other children. The question was calling for a yes or no response. If
Well,
you
he
could
didn't
please-
really want to adopt me, is what I'm saying.
Mr. Tower, if you can please listen to the question and answer yes or no. Please ask the question again.
Thank you. Did your father tell you that you were destroying his marriage to Jennifer?
I was not destroying his marriage to
The
Jennifer.
question, sir. The question was, did your father tell you that? Did your father tell you that, yes or no?
What do you want me to say? He doesn't know how to love his wife. What do you want me to say?
All right, I'll sustain the objection as unresponsive. He's unable to answer. Please move on to your next question.
Who paid for your flights in 2013 and 2014?
Estate, at some point, I'm going to cut off all these questions about perhaps benevolent acts. You can go a bit further, but let's start to move on, okay? I'll overrule the objection. You may finish your question.
Yes, who paid for your flights to the United States in 2013 and 2014?
This question is pointless, but however, the company who provided who had something to do with adoption did. And I don't understand what's the point of this question either.
Why did you drop out of high school?
Because I was being brainwashed, as the rest of the children are.
You dropped out of high school because you were on the verge of getting expelled, weren't you, Mr. Tower?
What expelled? Do you even know what they teach in schools? What are you talking about?
Mr. Tower, answer my question.
I'm answering your question. You don't know what you're saying. These schools today, they don't teach anything the kids should know. And the schools are not for everyone.
Mr. Tower, you dropped out of high school because you were on the verge of getting expelled from high school.
No, I wasn't. I'm telling you that. You ever been to school? You know that schools don't teach kids proper
Mr.
education.
Tower, stop talking.
I'm talking because you don't know what you're talking about.
All right, let's move on to the next question. His answer was no. Please move on to your next question.
In fact, you were about to get expelled because you were fighting with other children in the school and on the bus, weren't you, Mr. Tower?
No, I wasn't. I just told you what happened.
How old were you when you dropped out of high school?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. How old were you when you were in 10th grade?
I said I don't remember.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier. Is he invited to the wedding? I don't know. I mean, if he was somehow tameable, he could be a security guard. If he was tameable. But I don't know about all that. Scared. Right. Okay. And yeah, definitely, exactly, G. Very good point in chat.
When you were sitting out in your car before you went into the house on the night of August 31st, did you decide to kill your parents before you walked in?
Yes.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Your Honor.
You redirect, Mr. Gilman.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take a short break, 5-minute break. Please leave your notepads turned over, face down, writing implements on top. Everybody, please stand. Jurors are exiting.
Yes, if we had a death wish, G, we could certainly do that. Yeah, that's another one. If we do decide not to have him tamed, yeah, we could just all die together, right? All right, now it's time for Darrell Brooks. Let's go.
That last answer was kind of low. Did you say no?
I said no, not since then.
So that would mean, assuming, that would mean no contact at all via phone or anything like that.
No.
So my question would be, I don't know if you can see them from here, but do you recognize these pictures?
You need to show those to the state. The bailiff will take them. It's not proper procedure, sir.
I'm going to object to those being witness. They have no relevance whatsoever to this trial.
Yes, they do. And I'm getting to how they have relevance.
They've also never been disclosed to the state before this moment.
Sustained.
Sustained why?
Not relevant.
They are relevant. It creates foundation. And I can prove that.
I'll take up the issue outside the presence of the jury at the conclusion of this witness, and if need be, bring the witness back in. But next question, please.
And these need to be offered into evidence as well. You stated that there's been no contact. How would the alleged defendant obtain photographs from you if there's been no contact?
Objection.
Grounds.
Assumes fact, not in evidence.
Grounds.
Sustained. Assumes facts not in evidence. Not relevant.
How's it not relevant? Photos just don't pop up out of the blue.
Mr. Brooks assumes facts not in evidence.
No,
And at
facts.
this point,
I got the pictures right here.
after
Facts.
the alleged date of violation here is not relevant.
Alleged violation.
You're
For the record.
correct. After the date charged, the dates that are charged for these allegations, you are absolutely correct.
Thank you. Have you, since the evening of November 21st of 2021, have you attempted to contact the alleged defendant?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
I'm going to excuse the jury. I'll rise for the jury.
So deeply afraid and worried about somebody and this and that, why would you sneak and have
Do you want
contact?
to open up the door to the other act's evidence of
That's
you
not
using-
opening.
No.
That's not
Hear me
opening the
out.
door.
Hear me out. Oh, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
These witnesses have been incredibly careful to abide by my rulings. Sometimes in a court of law, when there are pretrial rulings, the testimony of a witness needs to be said in such a way not to run afoul of that. This witness, Detective Guth, I believe Detective Casey and others, Corey Runkle, and even Nicholas Kirby yesterday, this court has all had to stop them so that they didn't run afoul, or they've stopped themselves so that they didn't run afoul of the court's pretrial ruling on other acts evidence between you and this witness. And I have been very, very careful to make sure that doesn't come in. But if you keep questioning her about whether she's afraid or not, or why she wouldn't have contact or not, you are opening the door to that testimony. All of my rulings have been made to prevent what could be seen as prejudicial evidence. The standard's not prejudicial. The standard's whether it's unfairly prejudicial.
It's
But you
unfairly
can open the more
Your
to
Honor,
that,
it's
sir.
unfairly prejudicial that I have a document stating that November 20th never even happened, but yet and still the witness
Then
can
have
get on
you
the
turned
stand
that
and lie on the
document
stand.
over to the state?
Come on, man. Y'all know that's not right.
It,
Y'all know that's not right.
then you need to immediately turn it over to the state right now. It may become relevant, but no one has seen it. When
So-
did you receive the
so that-
document?
so what-
So hold on. When did you?
When-
I'm having you make an offer. When did you receive the
Okay,
document?
but I just want to state for the record, Your Honor, that's kind of biased because the state did the same thing yesterday with creating an exhibit right on the fly that didn't even exist that I didn't have. But
That's
then,
not true. That's a
No,
misstatement
that,
of the
that,
of
that
the
is
evidence.
true.
No.
She said it herself.
No, marking an exhibit is not creating an
No,
exhibit.
not marking the exhibit. She said
We're not
that
going to go
essentially-
down a tangent, sir.
All right,
I'm going
I'm
to
not gonna
focus
argue
on
with
this,
you,
and I'm
but
going
it's
to give
not
you the
fair.
opportunity
It's not
to make
fair.
a record.
It's not
All right?
fair. It's not fair.
When did you receive this document that you claim was sent by this witness?
It's not claim. It's for a fact.
Sir, it hasn't been established yet. I need to make a record.
So do y'all want
I
the
want
letter?
to see
Y'all want
the
the
letter.
envelope? What?
I want to see the letter.
Okay, so I got
And I wanna know
now I gotta
when you
bring that
received
in.
it.
Now I gotta bring that in. Every time this is what I don't get. Every time I'm presenting something that needs to be made for the record and placed in the evidence, it's a problem. But the state can do it, no problem.
It's not, sir. There are proper procedures, and I
Okay,
want
well,
you to
that
make
was the
a
proper
record.
procedure.
If you don't make a record,
So
then
what?
I can't make a ruling.
It threw people off a loop. They weren't ready for it. They scared of it. That's what it is. Come on, man.
Mr. Brooks.
Come on, man. Stop.
When you
Stop
are
it.
you aren't
Stop
even
it.
letting
You're a
me
public
ask the
servant, Your Honor.
questions.
I respect your courtroom. I
You
respect
do-
you. You're a public servant, though. Your job is to be the referee. Is it or is it not? You stated so yourself on record that your job is being the umpire.
Your Honor, can I ask, can Ms. Patterson please be excused?
Yes, you can be excused. My apologies.
My apologies too, but it needs to be some truth. Especially when we're talking about stuff that didn't even happen, but they're allowed to get on the stand and say that it happened when they know it didn't happen.
So I'm going to make a record about what
This
he's
is
referring
ridiculous,
to
man.
in count 77. Okay. The
And what
state-
happened to that paper? Because it was on the table. Then when I
Mr.
come
Brooks,
back in,
I
it's
need to
nowhere
make a
be found.
record of a variety of
So who
things.
took my paper?
And you keep interrupting me repeatedly today. I have shown an abundance of patience this morning. I've warned you repeatedly about being removed from the courtroom. And then every time I try to get into it, you, meaning an explanation and make a record, you interrupt, you attempt to divert everyone from what is being done this very second.
I didn't attempt to do anything.
Yes, you do it repeatedly,
Okay,
sir.
whatever.
So you're doing it once again.
Whatever. Just make your record.
The document that Mr. Brooks wanted to show Detective Guth and this witness was a letter sent from the state of Wisconsin to the court regarding count 77. The state sought to dismiss that count, and they have prosecutorial discretion, and I granted the request that the charge be dismissed.
Why was the charge dismissed?
And that's, I can't answer. It was dismissed because the request was made, sir. They don't need a reason. There's an abundance of case law about prosecutorial discretion. And they chose not to pursue that. My
Your Honor,
guess
Your
is
Honor,
maybe
with
to
all respect-
simplify things and to keep this tidy. I don't know. You know what? I'll indulge you. Attorney Opper, would you like to provide a basis for why the state sought dismissal of that charge prior to the start of this trial?
Yes, Your Honor, because as Ms. Patterson just testified a short while ago, she did not have any visible marks or injuries from that event. And we did have the photographs of her injuries. We did not want to confuse the record as to whether or not there was a battery that occurred on November 20th.
Your Honor, I object to that. What does the letter read?
You have the letter. You showed it to me, sir.
I tried, yeah, and I've been trying to find it ever since I came back in here, and now all of a sudden I can't.
And now
find
you're impugning, though, like somehow you're impugning the integrity of this court,
No,
of
I'm
the
not.
bailiffs of this state. You're accusing, frankly, everyone
Did I
of
point
moving
the
your
finger?
papers.
Did I point the finger at anyone? Did I say anyone did anything?
Not directly, but indirectly you did,
So
sir.
how can you make the assumption that I'm saying?
Can
that
I
I'm
please
pointing to
make the
someone?
record without
Yes,
you interrupting
yes, you may.
me?
Yes. I apologize.
appreciate that, thank you. But you made repeated comments, sir, about I can't find my documents, I don't know what happened, things of that nature. When you came back out, you took multiple minutes before you even asked your first question of Ms. Patterson. And if I need to, I'll have a bailiff put on the record that no one touched your table.
Your Honor, did I say anyone touched my table? I didn't say you.
You implied it, sir.
But did I say that?
You stated it implicitly.
I never asked the bailiffs, hey, did any one of you touch my table? I never said that to them. I just said, I can't find my paper, which is the truth.
And the way that you said it, like,
I didn't point anyone out, though.
And like, well, that's kind of interesting. I don't have a document that was just on my table. That is what you said.
That's what I said, but I did not point the finger at anyone.
So,
I
you
can see
have
if
the
I
letter.
came in, Your Honor, with
You've
all
been
respect,
given.
I can see if I came in and said, hey, one of you moved something off my table, or if I would have directed that towards the state, or if I would have directed that towards the clerks or something like that, then that would be more of a validity to what you're saying.
I need to continue with the record, sir. It's very apparent to me, sir, that every time, I can't say every time because that would be an absolute, but many times throughout this trial, and especially the last 2 days, when the court makes a ruling that you disagree with, or I want to make a record about some behavior of yours, or a further record about a ruling that you that was not in your favor, that you start peppering me with questions or comments, statements, you question me about the law, you ask is it verified law. It is, from my perspective, a clear attempt to kind of turn us in a direction away from what we're doing, perhaps even to stall and to delay.
I'm sorry.
That's my perspective. That I'm making a rule. You're doing it again.
I mean, because it has no validity.
So, I am trying to make a record outside the presence of the jury about a line of questioning you want to ask Ms. Patterson. Now, I've reviewed repeatedly up on the bench 90608 and 90616, which are two of the primary ways you can attack credibility. I've referenced one of those previously. 90608 is evidence of character and conduct of a witness. I'm not going to read through it all, but it's limited to character for truthfulness or untruthfulness. All right, we are back on the record. Appearances are as they were before. I need to make a record that at 8:42 a.m. this court ordered Mr. Brooks be removed from the courtroom due to repeated interruptions and disruption with the court. This, of course, comes on the recent history with Mr. Brooks. On every day that we have been in court since Monday, he has shown a complete and utter disrespect for the simple rules of civility. He has been removed from the courtroom multiple times. This morning alone, he started interrupting this court within a minute of the court calling the case. I should also make a record at the moment he is muted because of the way that he was removed from the courtroom and his conduct since. I have been given just a bit of information about it. I will advise everyone that I have required that the Sheriff's Department file a written report with the court regarding Mr. Brooks's conduct. I'm told that he would not sit down while in this courtroom in order to have the shackles removed so that he could be taken to the other courtroom, that he was resisting, that at one point he took off a shoe and it appeared to the deputies that he was going to throw the shoe. You can see that he is seated with his back to the court or to the camera. He took his shirt off as well. I'm also told that he is threatening to throw and break items. I want to give him headphones since he has claimed in the past to be hard of hearing in one ear, but given his statement that he would throw and break things, unless he can pledge to this court that he will not do that, I'm not going to provide that information. I will advise that the audio in that courtroom should be turned up accordingly so that it is louder than it has been. I've also been advised that the audio and visual equipment is working in that courtroom. The deputies that are in there can see and hear the court through the Polycom system. Today is a little bit different in that there is no Zoom. And so, but this court, with the blessing of technology in this new building, have the ability to call in one system to the other. That is why we're able to see and, when appropriately, hear him when unmuted. And then there are 4 camera angles that are presently from this courtroom. I have the camera in the other courtroom on a single camera, since he's the only individual in there. This court has, in essence, extended this courtroom to the neighboring courtroom. While there is ample evidence in the record, not only through the proceedings up to this point, but this morning alone, that through his conduct, he has forfeited his right to be present. I'd also make a finding that he is appearing from that courtroom, and that because of the audio and visual equipment and system that we have in place, that it is the functional equivalent of being present in this courtroom. This court has relied repeatedly on Illinois versus Allen. I've read portions of that case into the record. I don't intend to go through that at length here today, other than to indicate that trial judges that are confronted with disruptive, contemptuous, stubbornly defiant defendants must be given sufficient discretion to meet the circumstances of each case. No one formula exists for maintaining the appropriate courtroom atmosphere will be best in all situations. And in that case, there were at least 3 constitutionally permissible ways for a trial judge to handle a stubbornly defiant defendant, which this court would find Mr. Brooks squarely has become and has demonstrated over the course of these last few days. One option is to bind and gag him. I've already talked about at a previous hearing why I choose not to do that. Item for contempt, I choose not to do that either. The third is to take him out of the courtroom until he promises to conduct himself properly. Mr. Brooks today, of course, showed up in court from the jail in his jail attire. He does that by his choice. I gave him the opportunity to go back to the jail to put on his suit and tie or other street clothes. He refused to answer that question. This court will continue with this trial, as I have previously indicated. There are many resources that have been put into bringing this day to bear, and it is important for all involved that this trial continue. Again, Mr. Brooks is given the opportunity to appear from that other courtroom. At this point, I'm still in the final housekeeping matters, and so he clearly has forfeited his right to be present for that. I will advise Mr. Brooks, as I have advised him repeatedly, if at any point in time he wants to come back and he is willing to promise that he will abide by the rules of courtesy and decorum and be civil and show respect for the court proceedings for all individuals in this courtroom, including Mr. Brooks himself, then he may come back in. It's also my intention to give him that opportunity at each new stage. But again, we are in the preliminary stage prior to the jury being brought in. I would note it's a little after 9:06 a.m. Madam Clerk, may I please get verification that the audio and video are working in the neighboring courtroom? All right, thank you. I do have verification. There are headphones on the table in front of Mr. Brooks should he choose to wear them. I see he's reading from a book at the moment. I do need to make a record that this morning, although Mr. Brooks was not raising his voice, there were repeated interruptions. I gave Mr. Brooks multiple opportunities to stop talking. I asked him repeatedly to stop interrupting me. I advised him that if he continued, he would forfeit his right to be present in this courtroom and would be taken to the neighboring courtroom. I believe I gave that warning at least twice. It's my hope that we can continue with Mr. Brooks in this courtroom. At some point today, I'll certainly invite him back over when I get through these advisements. I'm not asking for a response yet, Mr. Brooks. What I'm asking you for is whether you have any requests for jury instructions, or if in your review you think anything needs to be changed, deleted, added, etc. Do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions, sir? I would note he put 2 boxes right in front of where he's seated, so I can't presently see his face. He is unmuted. I've confirmed previously regarding the audio working, and I will just ask him a second time, sir, do you have any requests as it relates to the draft packet of jury instructions, whether that be any additions, corrections, edits, or deletions?
And Your Honor, would it be possible for the bailiffs to just move the boxes off the table so we can
Yes, I think that's fair. I'm going to advise the bailiff to remove the box so I can see Mr. Brooks. I don't know what he's doing behind there.
Hey, why are you telling him to move my box?
Because I couldn't see you, sir.
Or what?
I've asked you twice now, and I'll ask you a third time. Do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions? Any additions, deletions, edits, or otherwise?
Hey, man, you don't got to talk to me like that.
Do you have any requests
First of all,
related
what?
to the jury instructions, sir?
Yeah, I got requests. It ain't like they gonna be honored though.
As it relates to the jury instructions, sir, what are your?
I heard what the hell you said, man.
Well, Mr. Brooks, that was very disrespectful.
Yeah, and I've been getting disrespected since the beginning of this whole process. So welcome to the club.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions? Sir, I understand you may be upset, and I really do, but I've made my determinations.
You don't understand nothing. You don't understand anything, Your Honor. You don't.
I'm going to mute him again because he's not answering the questions that I'm very clearly asking him, and I've given him 5 opportunities. Mr. Brooks, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions? I'll unmute you for that answer.
I can't hear everything you're saying.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions?
I can hear what you're saying. I can hear what you're saying.
You just told me you didn't. So which one? And I'll ask you a third time, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions? Any additions, deletions, edits, or otherwise?
Hey man, you don't gotta talk to me like that.
Do you have any requests
First of all,
related
what?
to the jury instructions, sir?
Yeah, I got requests. It ain't like they gonna be honored though.
As it relates to the jury instructions, sir, what are your...
I heard what the hell you said, man.
Well, Mr. Brooks, that was very disrespectful.
Yeah, and I've been getting disrespected since the beginning of this whole process. So welcome to the club.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions? Sir, I understand you may be upset, and I really do, but I've made my determinations.
You don't understand nothing. You don't understand anything, Your Honor. You don't.
I'm going to mute him again because he's not answering the questions that I'm very clearly asking him, and I've given him 5 opportunities. Mr. Brooks, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions? I'll unmute you for that answer.
I can't hear everything you're saying.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions?
I can hear what you're saying. I can hear.
You just told me you didn't. So which one is it?
Yeah, I got the headphones on. You can't see that?
What are your requests as it relates? What are your requests as it relates to the jury instructions, sir?
Man, don't try to come with this whole little image, sir. Now it's all this sir and all this. Trying to put on this little act like you so worried about what's going on with me. You don't give a damn. Never did.
Mr. Brooks, you're being disrespectful again.
You've been being disrespectful. You've been being disrespectful.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any position on the verbiage of jury instructions 70 on page 65?
Don't ask me no question. Are you my accuser? Are you my accuser, Your Honor?
All right, he's choosing not to answer, so I'll mute him again. It's unfortunate that he's deciding not to participate in this. I agree with the state. I don't need to highlight that second paragraph. I will take that out, but I will include in the paragraph that reads, at times, Mr. Brooks has appeared from another courtroom, period. This must not influence your verdict in any manner. Mr. Brooks, do you have any position on that? Which is, so jury instruction 70 has to do with the defendant proceeding pro se. I need the bailiffs to move the boxes away from his face. I need to be able to see him. He can keep them on the table, but they need to be moved off to the side, and if he does it one more time, then I will instruct the bailiffs to take the boxes away. Those are trial prep materials. If there's something in those materials related to jury instructions, he should take those out now. Mr. Brooks, one final time, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions? Otherwise, I'm going to approve them. I'm going to take a break, and then we'll come back in the afternoon to go over verdict forms.
I didn't answer yes or no, so how do you consent to anything without me answering the question?
Are you going to answer the question, sir?
But you can't force me to do that. You can't just say, I'm going to do this.
Sir, but you also can't stall the proceedings by failing to answer.
I didn't try to stall the proceedings. You the one that held me in contempt.
I never held you in contempt. All right, I'm going to mute him once again because he refuses to answer a very simple question about whether he has any requests as it relates to the jury instructions. I will work on making all the changes with Madam Clerk, finalizing the order. So we'll come back at 1 o'clock to finalize the verdicts. I'm not even here to say that some of those things can't coexist and you might not have some of your own mental health issues, whether it be bipolar, childhood trauma, or things of that nature. But the bottom line is none of that caused you to do what you did on November 21 of 2021. I want to next turn to the trial in this case. And I think it's important that the sentence here today focuses on your conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the moments leading up to that tragic and fateful decision of yours to drive through the Waukesha Christmas parade, and of course the moments after. I, of course, through my sentencing remarks and ultimately what I do here today, I can't answer all of the questions. I can't address all of the issues, including the why. Perhaps the one question that will remain unanswered. Why? Why did you barrel down White Rock Avenue? Why did you not stop? Why did you keep going? Many of us in this courtroom sat angry and upset. Two individuals testified about you. She told you where she was. Do not interrupt me or you will be removed to the other court.
The reason why the charge was dropped.
Mr. Brooks, she told you where she was. She invited you out there. And that you had contact with her on the 20th. There was some physical.
Contact with her on the 20th.
Mr. Brooks, this is my time. You need to not interrupt.
That's the reason why the charge was dropped.
Mr. Brooks,
the state
you need to stop.
Said specifically, wrote you, Your Honor, and said that they know it was no incident that day.
Mr.
And
Brooks,
now you want to sit up here.
Do not interrupt me or you will be removed to the other courtroom.
And now you want to sit up here.
Stop.
And try to add something in that you know for a fact never even happened. You want to sit up here and talk about who has grace and all this. You talking about someone with 5 kids that don't have custody.
You need to stop right now or you will be removed.
Remove me then.
All right. He will be removed. He cannot simply stay quiet when this court talks.
Anyway, I don't consent to this. Just like I told you, I don't know the.
We'll be in recess until he's removed to the other courtroom.
I don't even understand the true nature and cause.
All right, we are back on the record. Appearances are as they were before. I need to make a record that at 8:42 a.m. this court ordered Mr. Brooks be removed from the courtroom due to repeated interruptions and disruption with the court. This, of course, comes on the recent history with Mr. Brooks on every day that we have been in court since Monday. He has shown a complete and utter disrespect for the simple rules of civility. He has been removed from the courtroom multiple times. This morning alone, he started interrupting this court within a minute of the court calling the case. I should also make a record at the moment he is muted because of the way that he was removed from the courtroom and his conduct since. I have been given just a bit of information about it. I will advise everyone that I have required that the Sheriff's Department file a written report with the court regarding Mr. Brooks's conduct. I'm told that he would not sit down while in this courtroom in order to have the shackles removed so that he could be taken to the other courtroom, that he was resisting, that at one point he took off a shoe and it appeared to the deputies that he was going to throw the shoe. You can see that he is seated with his back to the court or to the camera. He took his shirt off as well. I'm also told that he is threatening to throw and break items. I want to give him headphones since he has claimed in the past to be hard of hearing in one ear, but given his statement that he would throw and break things, unless he can pledge to this court that he will not do that, I'm not going to provide that information. I will advise that the audio in that courtroom should be turned up accordingly so that it is louder than it has been. I've also been advised that the audio and visual equipment is working in that courtroom. The deputies that are in there can see and hear the court through the Polycom system. Today is a little bit different in that there is no Zoom. And so, but this court, with the blessing of technology in this new building, have the ability to call in one system to the other. That is why we're able to see and, when appropriately, hear him when unmuted. And then there are the 4 camera angles that are presently from this courtroom. I have the camera in the other courtroom on a single camera since he's the only individual in there. This court has, in essence, extended this courtroom to the neighboring courtroom. While there is ample evidence in the record, not only through the proceedings up to this point, but this morning alone, that through his conduct, he has forfeited his right to be present. I'd also make a finding that he is appearing from that courtroom, and that because of the audio and visual equipment and system that we have in place, that it is the functional equivalent of being present in this courtroom. This court has relied repeatedly on Illinois versus Allen. I've read portions of that case into the record. I don't intend to go through that at length here today, other than to indicate that trial judges that are confronted with disruptive, contemptuous, stubbornly defiant defendants must be given sufficient discretion to meet the circumstances of each case. No one formula exists for maintaining the appropriate courtroom atmosphere will be best in all situations. And in that case, there were at least 3 constitutionally permissible ways for a trial judge to handle a stubbornly defiant defendant, which this court would find Mr. Brooks squarely has become and has demonstrated over the course of these last few days. One option is to bind and gag him. I've already talked about at a previous hearing why cite him for contempt. I choose not to do that either. The third is to take him out of the courtroom until he promises to conduct himself properly. Mr. Brooks today, of course, showed up in court from the jail in his jail attire. He does that by his choice. I gave him the opportunity to go back to the jail to put on his suit and tie or other street clothes. He refused to answer that question. This court will continue with this trial, as I have previously indicated. There are many resources that have been put into bringing this day to bear, and it is important for all involved that this trial continue. Again, Mr. Brooks is given the opportunity to appear from that other courtroom. At this point, I'm still in the final housekeeping matters, and so he clearly has forfeited his right to be present for that. I will advise Mr. Brooks, as I have advised him repeatedly, if at any point in time he wants to come back and he is willing to promise that he will abide by the rules of courtesy and decorum and be civil, and show respect for the court proceedings, for all individuals in this courtroom, including Mr. Brooks himself, then he may come back in. It's also my intention to give him that opportunity at each new stage. But again, we are in the preliminary stage prior to the jury being brought in. I would note it's
jail cell. Yes, ma'am, to the best of my knowledge.
okay.
Is he
I
still
object
able?
to that, Your Honor. I'm not allowed
Sir,
to
her
keep.
answer stands. There's no question to which to
I
object.
object to that. There is.
You can't testify at the moment. If you want to provide further information after she is done testifying, I will give you that opportunity.
Will she?
Your
will she be
objection
able to-
is overruled.
Will she be able to stay right there so I can ask the question?
It's not your time yet. You have to wait. So this is the final warning. Okay, I've given you a lot of leeway today.
You have not, Your Honor. You haven't. No.
I
you
am
haven't.
turning to Attorney Opper. It is her opportunity, her turn to ask this witness a question.
And it is my right to be able to object, just like she objected
And-
when I was asked the
Right,
question.
and when the court rules on an objection, usually the party who objects stays silent. I rule on the objection. The parties don't debate the ruling. It's noted for appeal. And then we move on.
Then I would like to put you on notice that I will be appealing that judicial decision that you are making.
Next question, Attorney Opper.
The judicial determination.
Ms.
rather,
Molenhop,
that you are making.
while on COVID protocol, does Mr. Brooks have access to the tablets in his jail cell?
Yes, ma'am.
And that tablet has legal materials available for him to access if he so chooses. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And while he is on COVID protocol, does he have access to the conference room, which also contains a computer with further legal materials?
Yes, ma'am.
And nothing about the protocol would restrict his access to any of those materials. Is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
And you've
I object to
indicated
that. I
previously.
object to that respectfully, Your Honor.
So, an objection goes to whether there's lots of rules of evidence that apply. But if you're objecting to her answer, that's a different thing. You can argue the meaning of that later.
Question.
Okay,
not
the
the
objection.
answer.
But then you have to say objection before she answers. You
She
objected
didn't
after
answer.
she answered.
didn't answer the last
The
question.
objection is noted, it's overruled, her answer may stand. Next question.
Ms. Wolenhop, you're aware that there has been digital discovery made available to Mr. Brooks for him to view in the Waukesha County Jail, correct?
I respectfully object to that.
Overruled, she may answer.
Correct. He would view that digital discovery on the computer in the conference room in his pod,
I
correct?
respectfully object to that.
Overruled, you may answer.
Correct, ma'am. And
So you're gonna
the
overrule
proto-
everything, Your Honor?
All right, Mr. Brooks, you have got to stop. It's fine if you object. I will rule on it as I deem appropriate under the rules of evidence, which, by the way, I provided a copy for you. See that big book over there?
No, I don't
It
see
has
it.
the criminal statutes.
I don't see it.
It has the traffic code. It
I
has the
don't see
rules
it.
of evidence. Well, it's on your table. It's
That- I
behind the
don't-
microphone, and it's there. I've provided it to you as a courtesy so that you
didn't
have
provide-
that
you-
available
you did not
to
provide
you.
anything to me.
Right, I'm
Something
directing the
that-
bailiffs to
something
remove
that
him
they
to the
have-
other courtroom.
something
I've
that-
provided ample opportunity for
never-
Mr.
I've
Brooks
never
to
taken
abide by the
anything-
simple
I've
rules
never
of
taken
decorum
anything,
and
Your Honor.
civility.
Your Honor, I don't
He is-
consent or agree to what you are doing.
Your lack
don't
of
give
consent is
consent.
noted for the
I
record.
don't give consent to an estoppel. I don't
I'll
give
make a
consent.
more full record when we
I
are
don't give
open
consent
again to
an
the public.
estoppel. I don't give consent to be removed.
Madam
from
Reporter,
being
the
able
record
to
should
exercise
reflect
my
the court is
constitutional
stepping
right.
off the bench. You may step off.
I
if you
move.
want.
I move for a motion to dismiss. You still haven't even ruled on the claim. There's no one that even has a claim against me here.
This time I have my phone so I can call Darlene and have her let my pups out. Yeah. It was a fatal mistake. I know, which I couldn't always contact her to say it's going late because I forgot to go downstairs.
So eventually, like, once you cross off any people that are already named in number 89?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that won't take. And then, and when you, she's talking to Catherine. Okay. And then anyone you know you're not gonna call.
Okay. Okay.
And then she is gonna do that.
Okay. Oh, perfect. But I should do it easier here. Okay.
All right, we are back on the record. Mr. Brooks, I was able to inquire. I've been told it would take maybe 15 minutes, but I'd like you to go to your cell to get whatever that list is that you have so that I can adequately advise the jury, potential jurors, about any witnesses who may be called in this case. I don't designate when I say if it's the state or the defendant, but you told me you have that, so I'm going to give you that opportunity. In the meantime, I'm going to print off the state's witness list.
I don't need it.
And give them to the state so that you can cross out any individuals who are already listed in question 89.
We have that already, and we just started doing that.
All right. And then what I plan on doing is once I finish with all of the questions and the follow-up of this group, I will bring, and then we'll discuss if there are any additional strikes for cause, okay? Once I get through that, I'm going to bring in all of the jurors. So I'm going to do an audible. We'll have to, I know the press has been here. You'll probably have to be in one back row together. There is the press room, the jury assembly room, if there's not enough room. There are, and we'll just figure it out from there. But I'm not closing the courtroom by any stretch of the imagination, but I need to, it's a long witness list. I need to make sure none of these jurors know any of these individuals, either personally or by reputation, work with any of them. But we should be able to do that, still maintain some room for victims, some room for the press, and we'll go from there.
And Your Honor, just one other quick thing. I know that you asked the defendant if he had any questions that he wanted you to ask. I would just, the issue that he's brought up with being deaf in one ear, I'd also ask if he has any questions of yesterday's panel that maybe he's unclear or didn't hear anything, although he didn't notify anyone he was having trouble hearing. He was answering questions in the other room without the headphones on. Actually, he was given the headphones. It took him a minute before he even thought to put them on. But just to see also if he has any questions, obviously he's got to follow the Supreme Court rules, but if he wants to ask the jurors any questions, either from yesterday's panel or today's panel, any concerns that he may have about any of them.
I would agree that that's a good procedure to employ, Mr. Brooks, so you'll be given that opportunity. I would note he does not have the headset on here. I can make a further record that previously especially when I went through the waiver of right to an attorney, I realized that was in this courtroom, but he at times would answer, I hear you, or I heard you. But Mr. Brooks, you're advised that if there are any follow-up questions on anything you didn't understand or you believe you didn't hear, we will have all of the jurors at one point that are remaining from yesterday and today brought in the courtroom. All of them have numbers, and you'll be able to do follow-up that is appropriate. Now, you also mentioned previously when I referenced going back to your cell to get the list. I'm giving you that opportunity. You asked me to do that.
I did not ask you to do that. The question was, where was the list at?
That's true. So you said the list was in your cell. I'm advising you that I'll give you the opportunity to go.
I don't want to do that.
Can I finish? I'm advising you that you are being given the opportunity, if you so choose, to go back to your cell to obtain the list of witnesses that you have been working on. Further advising you that if you choose not to do that, your one option would be to verbally tell the court any additional names to what you've already provided. Write those down for the court, so that either tell me now or write them down so that I can include them in the list of names I'm providing to the jurors.
So how am I supposed to do that without the list in front of me?
The list that you have in your cell?
How am I supposed to do that without the
I'm
list?
telling you, I'm giving you the opportunity to go get that.
I'm not going to go do that.
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to play games with you. I'm giving you an opportunity.
And I told you that I'm not going to do that.
You either go to your cell and get the
You said I have the
list or
opportunity
not.
to do that.
All
You
right.
said I have the opportunity.
I'm not going to
do
demand that you do it, but you have to understand, sir, that if you
I
choose
don't
not
understand.
to do that.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
All right,
I've
Mr.
made
Brooks.
that clear. I don't know how
Claim
many
to
times
not
for the
understand,
record.
and that's been made very
No,
clear
I don't
here, sir.
understand. You're not going to get me to consent to something that I don't consent to or agree to. I do
No.
not understand.
All right.
Just
Mr.
like I
Brooks,
don't
we're gonna
understand the
take a
nature and
recess
cause
so
of
that
this.
the court can get this
exactly like
information
I've
from
been
the
telling you
state.
from the beginning.
Okay, he's continuing with his disruptive behavior. It is his choice to do that. Mr. Brooks, you are hereby warned, once again, if you continue with that, you will be removed from the courtroom.
Remove me. Remove me.
Requesting to go to the other
Remove
courtroom?
me. I told you that before I even came over here.
Sir, are you requesting to
I
go?
told you that before I even came over here.
Mr. Brooks, are you
That
requesting?
It was pointless of me to come over here. You can smile all you want and think
Sir,
it's funny. I don't take this as a
preference-
joke. I don't take this as a game.
My preference is for you to be
You
here.
expect me to answer all these questions that you have for me, Your Honor, but you have yet to answer one question that I've asked you. You have yet to verify anything.
You
by
can take
sworn
him back to
affidavit.
the other room.
You
It has
haven't
been
even honored-
disruptive.
You haven't even honored my request to make an offer for my appeal.
Thank you, ladies
You
and
haven't even
gentlemen. We'll
honored-
have to
you haven't even
clear
done
the
that.
courtroom.
I don't agree to a stop and I move this court for a motion to dismiss.
The record should reflect
The record should reflect that my rights are being trampled on. The record should reflect. This is ridiculous, man. As soon as I raise the issue, I'm being disruptive. I'm intentionally trying to be disruptive. I'm intentionally doing this. I'm intentionally doing that. So I should have just stayed over here, which ain't even legal to do anyway. Can't be present and not present when it should be a motion. This is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous. You're forcing somebody to agree to something that they ain't agree to. Y'all come up with anything y'all can. Anything y'all can, huh? Why I need that in here? You could have left that over there. I'm going back over there anyway.
Just in case.
If I'm right here in front of the face, I don't have no problem hearing it. That's why these could have. I'm gonna have to go back over there. Y'all know that.
We'll bring it with us.
I'm just saying, man, this is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous. With the Secretary of State.
I provided you yesterday as a courtesy with a copy of my oaths of office. My name is on that as well.
They were not certified.
You are
Your Honor.
attempting to disrupt with asking questions like this.
I am not
I
attempting
realize
to
it may very well be related to your claim to be a sovereign citizen and
Claim to be
disputing
sovereign.
the
Claim to be sovereign. Let's correct the record
jurisdiction
right
of
now
this
while we're on the
court, but
record.
these are not questions this court is obligated to
I would like
answer.
to correct the record and say that I am sovereign.
All right, you believe you're sovereign, the record is corrected. So, Mr. Brooks, we're getting really close for you crossing the line.
really close to crossing the
being
red line,
removed
Your
from the
Honor.
courtroom for continued
I do not-
interruptions.
I do not
want you
consent to
here.
that, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, you haven't let me get in one sentence this morning. It is only, it's 8:57. I want you to be here. Certainly my preference is for you to be here to participate fully, but you do not have the right to disrupt the proper administration. I demand dignity, order, and decorum. You have been provided with the copy of SCR Chapter 62 that lists the responsibilities that myself, the attorneys in this courtroom, the litigants, it even applies, as you can see if you read it, applies to witnesses, jurors, those in attendance. Everyone here has been respectful other than you throughout these proceedings.
I object to that respectfully. I have not been disruptive, and I do not see any paperwork that you just described to be in
Mr.
front
Brooks,
of you.
I'm going to continue with a finding right now that you have flagrantly disregarded elementary standards of proper conduct. That conduct will not be tolerated. You stating things even in a mild manner tone of voice doesn't change the fact that we've had a dozen or more interruptions by you and by you alone. When you don't like the answer I give, even if that's a non-response, you continue to ask the same question over and over. You repeat yourself. You show absolutely no respect for the court, for these proceedings. You have demonstrated in the short, not even 30 minutes that we've been on the record, that you will continue to disrupt. I am going to have the jurors brought in. Again, it is my sincere hope that you follow these simple and basic rules, but the next interruption, you will be removed to the next courtroom.
I do not consent to any paperwork that is not based factually in law. I don't give my consent.
We have the jurors here?
And I will not agree to anything.
Not yet, okay.
So again, with that title, I object respectfully. With that title name that is on your card, since you will not answer the question that I've merely asked of Your Honor numerous times at this point, can that title name please direct the prosecutor to answer whether there are any more charges? Can the title name please direct the prosecutor to answer whether there are assessment for the charges
Mr. Brooks,
in her possession?
no one's going to be answering these questions, okay? I'm not requiring the state to do that. I'm advising you to stop asking those questions. It will be considered an he's interrupted. Take him to the next courtroom. I'll make more findings when he is in the courtroom next door, and I can do that without an interruption.
I do not consent or agree to a estoppel, and I will move the court again.
Currently, you are not muted. All right, Mr. Brooks? All right, you can mute him. All right, Mr. Brooks, you have been muted so that I can make some appropriate findings here this morning. I understand that you object. Your objection is noted. Your lack of consent is noted. As I indicated earlier, I lost track after about a dozen or so interruptions by Mr. Brooks. He continues to ask questions that I told him I would not answer. And even though I made a decision not to answer questions, he keeps asking those. From my perspective, they are questions that any sovereign or sovereign citizen tends to ask regarding my name, my oath, jurisdiction, things of that nature. This court, of course, has authority from the Constitution of the state of Wisconsin, the statutes. I've been duly elected twice now by the citizens of Waukesha County to preside over criminal and other cases in the courts of Waukesha County. I fully am aware that Mr. Brooks, as a sovereign, disputes the validity of that, but from my perspective, they are not issues that need to be debated. He raises these issues really just by simple statements. He has never filed an appropriate motion. Motions are governed by state law. Written motions require that the specific relief be requested, that the motion be based on law and fact. I've never gotten anything even close to that from Mr. Brooks. Even if I were to accept an oral motion, which can be proper at times, he has failed to follow the simplest advise that should he want to raise a strike for cause of any juror, my procedure is to address that at the end. Certainly if something comes up before that and he wishes to do that under the law, he can simply write on the pad of paper he has cause, hold it up, and I'll make a determination if I should excuse the jury and then take up that decision. I'm probably not going to do that with frequency. He would need to further not only do that, but write on a piece of paper the juror number, the basis for that request before I would require the jurors to be excused to take it up. But that's the procedure that this court will follow. Just like I did yesterday, after I get through all of the questions, I will ask the parties if there is a request for any individual questioning of jurors, meaning outside the presence of other jurors. I would need to know, again, what juror number, what question. They need to be questioned about, whether that be a numbered question from the questionnaire or a question that was asked in court. Parties will also be given an opportunity to ask appropriate follow-up questions. Once that opportunity is concluded, I then have a few concluding questions, and then ultimately will excuse the jurors to take up the issue of strikes for cause. I've been advised that Mr. Brooks did throw some items on the floor, but he does have his paperwork and a pen.
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure that we put on the record that it has been verified that Mr. Brooks can hear this court.
We'll do that, yeah.
Also that I believe I had heard that the juror questionnaires for the next set of jurors coming in have been provided to Mr. Brooks.
Thank you for that reminder. He has been provided with 2 additional binders. He probably doesn't even have the first one anymore because the first binder only went to juror number 41. He does? He still has it? Okay, so he has that binder. He has 2 additional binders, which are separated. I believe it's 42 to 70 and then 71 to 100 something. But it is the balance of the jurors who had been instructed to come on day 1. This is the jurors who were not questioned yesterday. It's not even all of them who will be coming in because of the physical limitations in this courtroom. We'll bring in 41. So he has been provided with those binders. Were we able to verify? We were able to verify the audio is working. The video is working, just like we can see him, he can see us. For those of you who are in the courtroom, what he would be seeing on the monitors would be that 4 square as well. Because it is through the Zoom, he would have his picture as well. So he would see the double image, if you will. I should also make a record that there are a number of individuals on my Zoom as well. There was a request by the state to allow victims under the statute and Constitution to be present by Zoom for jury selection due to the court not streaming jury selection. I believe I also have Attorney Anna Keys also watching as well, along with at least one actually, I think I see 2 victim witness workers. So I have a lot of screens up here, a lot of boxes on my screen. So I believe the state has complied with victim rights. Would you please confirm that?
We have.
Did I overlook anything you asked me to cover?
Your Honor, the only other thing, and I think the court somewhat made a record by your findings, but I know that the defendant made 2 motions to dismiss for judicial misconduct. Again, I'd ask the court to summarily deny those motions based upon lack of merit, and he didn't provide any support for either motion.
I believe he did raise a motion to dismiss based on judicial misconduct. I think he also threw in there another request to stay the proceedings or file an interlocutory appeal. While that's really not something I would need to address because he desire to raise any issues with the court, he is advised to write that down on paper. The bailiffs are instructed to promptly provide that either to the court staff that's. So I'm not arguing with you, sir.
I just want you to know that I'm not arguing with you either, but I was writing. How would it be obtained?
I was told with.
I can only go by what was told to me.
And that which I will bring. State of Wisconsin.
Attorneys Anna Keys and Jeremy Perry appear on behalf of Daryl Brooks, who's also present. Good afternoon.
Right, good afternoon. We are here today to address the motion that was filed by attorneys Perry and Keys last week, the motion to withdraw. I do want to make a brief record that I met with the parties, the attorneys only at 12:30 today, just to go over what I would call some scheduling, housekeeping matters related to this case and the motion before the court. I don't believe I need to put any of the substance of that on the record unless there is a request from either of the parties. I do not intend to go over any of the substantive issues that are remaining in this case other than the motion to withdraw. That includes the various filings that the parties have made and any other open issues that we have at this time. I need to first address the issue with Mr. Brooks and the motion to withdraw. I do want to start out with you, Mr. Brooks, and ask you, is it your desire to represent yourself in this case?
It is. I would like to proceed in this matter for prior persona, not pro se.
Say that last part again.
I would like to proceed in this matter in pro per, not pro se.
So you're going to have to tell me what you think that means.
It is me exercising my right to defend myself, to represent myself as a sovereign citizen. So essentially, this matter today would be me appearing by special appearance.
You have an absolute right to have an attorney represent you. It is protected not only by the Wisconsin Constitution, but the United States Constitution. Do you understand that?
I do understand my rights under the United States Constitution, yes.
Did you hear what I said?
Repeat it.
Do you understand that you have the right to have an attorney represent you, what we call the right to counsel?
Under the Sixth Amendment, correct?
Under the Sixth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the Wisconsin Constitution as well. It's a well-established right that a criminal defendant has. Do you understand that?
I'm aware, yes.
Do you also understand that you have the right to represent yourself?
I'm aware of that as well.
I have before me a motion to withdraw by your attorneys with the sole basis that is listed that you want to represent yourself. Is that your understanding as well?
That isn't entirely how the issue came about. I think it's important for that to be on record.
I'm not asking you to divulge attorney-client privileged information. Do you understand that?
So essentially, what's the question?
Well, I want to make sure you understand you have these competing rights. It is recognized in our case law from the United States Supreme Court, the Wisconsin Supreme Court, that there are these competing rights. The right to counsel and the right to self-representation, essentially to be your own counsel. Do you understand these competing rights?
I am aware.
Do you understand, sir, that you can't have an attorney and exercise that right and also exercise the right of self-representation?
No, I don't understand that.
So you started off this hearing by saying you want to exercise this right to appear in persona today and act as a sovereign citizen. Sir, my concern here today is there's a request from your attorneys to withdraw from this case. Do you understand that's the request before me today?
I'm aware that they filed a motion to withdraw, yes.
And are you aware, let me back up. Have you seen that motion, sir, the written motion?
I have seen it.
Did they give you a copy, the paper copy?
I believe it was delivered to me in the jail.
Right, do you have that in front of you today?
No, I do not.
Madam Clerk, why don't you print off a copy and we'll give it to him. Just that.
We have an extra copy over.
Well, it looks like Attorney Perry has put that in front of Mr. Brooks, along with the court is providing another copy. Mr. Brooks, can you acknowledge for me that you have a written copy of the motion to withdraw now in front of you?
Yeah, this is a motion to withdraw.
Are you able to read that on your own, sir?
Yes.
Have you read it?
As of now, I have read it.
Do you understand what's in that motion?
Yes, I'm aware of what's in the motion, yes.
Is there anything about that motion you do not understand?
I'm aware of it.
My question is, do you understand?
I'm aware.
Do you understand what it says, sir?
It's clear to me what it says.
All right. So let me start off again by asking you, do you wish to represent yourself in this case?
Yes, I do.
Before, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would like to represent myself pro per.
What does that mean to you, sir? Explain to me that
Again,
request.
Again, because I've already said it on record, to represent myself as a sovereign citizen.
I'm not going to make a determination, sir, whether you're a sovereign citizen or not. It's not relevant to my determination how you characterize who you are, other than you are accused of 77 counts, which I will go through momentarily, and you have the right to have an attorney represent you. That's your constitutional right. You have two very capable attorneys that have been with you from the beginning. You understand that, right?
No, I do not understand that.
What don't you understand about that, sir?
I don't understand why is a reference being made to the capableness of my attorneys. Now, I agree that they have worked tirelessly on a lot of the things in this case. And I credit them with that. I'm appreciative of that. But it also should be said that there's a lot of things that I did not understand about the proceedings in a lot of the court cases. There were things that I didn't understand why there wasn't certain motions filed. There were a lot of things that I did not understand the totality of the meaning behind. And that is what kind of led to a lot of issues. But these were issues that were being raised for a number of months. This was not just something that sprung up out of the blue. And I feel that as my attorneys, that it would be essentially their job to make me aware of things that I do not understand. So that's where a lot of the questions come into question as you know.
So let me follow that up, sir. If I allow them to withdraw, you lose their legal experience, their specialized training, right? Their education, their work as attorneys. Do you understand that?
No, I did not understand.
So if you are allowed to represent yourself in this case, sir, you will not have attorneys assisting you. If I let them withdraw, they are gone from this case. Do you understand that?
I think I will probably be better served representing myself. In that holding cell. I was just trying to figure out why I was in there so long.
Are those the verdicts?
Yeah.
All right, he has those. Thank you.
Is this the paperwork that was just put on my, it was paperwork on the desk when I came in. That was on top of my folders.
Mr. Brooks, I know that you were given the opportunity to take them to your cell because that is what I was advised. Whether you did that or not, I don't know.
That's
but they
not
are
what
also on your desk now.
I accept for value in return for value any documents.
We did discuss all of the jury instructions and the verdicts yesterday.
So what was discussed when I was in the cell for over
There
an hour?
was no discussion, sir. The court was in recess. Madam Clerk was simply finalizing the paperwork based upon the discussion that was held on the record in open court yesterday.
I was told that I had to stay there per you.
Yes, so that we could provide them to you and you would have an opportunity to take them back to your cell.
But
should you wish
can
to
they have
review
been
them.
delivered to the jail?
All right, I don't believe there's any other preliminary issues we need to address other than an advisory.
And Zach Witchow, appearing for the state of Wisconsin.
Attorneys Anna Keys and Jeremy Perry appear on behalf of Daryl Brooks, who's also present. Good afternoon.
Right, good afternoon. We are here today
And Zach Witchow, appearing for the state of Wisconsin.
Attorneys Anna Keys and Jeremy.
Something to the effect that it was their opinion that Mr. Brooks reasonably understood with reasonable accuracy why the evaluators were there, the limitations of the confidentiality associated with that even during those evaluations, if he was being difficult, that he was nonetheless able to communicate with them. He was articulate. His remarks were coherent, fluid. At times, though, they were avoidant of questions asked. I would say this, my observations of Mr. Brooks and perception over the course of the proceedings throughout this case is strikingly similar to some of the commentary and observations by the evaluators, including even the angry outbursts that we've seen in court, the avoidance in his responses to questions asked.
I object to that because at the end of the day.
I understand you, Mr. Brooks, stop. You can object. Your objection is noted. I'm going on. This is one of the expectations that I have is you can object. It will be noted, but you can't keep interrupting. I need to have an accurate record.
Okay.
So your objection, sir, your objection is
from
noted.
Something that I haven't been privileged to read myself.
This is a prime example of some of the difficulty with Mr. Brooks.
I don't think you have a PhD.
He can be, in my opinion, deliberately disruptive, but nonetheless, he maintains being competent at the most basic level in order to present a defense on his behalf.
Object to that.
Now, I talked earlier about some of the case law, or at least referenced it, and I want to start with that, or I should say, start my decision, my ultimate decision at this point with the case law. The Sixth Amendment guarantees a mentally competent defendant the right to represent himself in a criminal trial, no matter how foolish that choice may seem. This is a quote from Beheaded versus California, found at 422 U.S. 806. The quote is from Imani versus Pollard, and the court in that case went on to say the following: the constitutional right, quote, exists to affirm the dignity and autonomy of the accused and to allow the presentation of what may, at least occasionally, be the accused's best possible defense. That's Imani versus Pollard quoting the McCaskill case. A judge may not deny a competent defendant's timely invocation of his right. Under Ferretta, a defendant's reason for choosing to represent himself is immaterial. Defending pro se will almost always be foolish, but the defendant has the right to make that choice for better or for worse.
Pro per.
In Wisconsin, just like in Ferretta, the court recognizes his right to represent himself. What this court needs to determine is whether Mr. Brooks is making a decision competently, freely, voluntarily, what we refer to in the case law as a knowing and voluntary waiver. That is why the court went through the advisement of the charges, the penalties that Mr. Brooks faces, why it gave Mr. Brooks form CR 226, and went through that with all of the advisements here today. That's also why the court went through the advantages of having an attorney and the disadvantages and challenges of being one's own attorney and representing oneself. I believe that the record demonstrates this court has warned Mr. Brooks about what he is getting into, the challenges, or at least some of the challenges that he may face, including on topics such as jury selection, trial objections, rules of procedure, etc. In the words of Imani versus Pollard, what this court needs to do is make sure the defendant makes the choice with eyes wide open. And that's quoting Iowa versus Tovar. I have made Mr. Brooks aware of the dangers and disadvantages of self-representation by going through not only this form, but by reviewing with him once again the charges, the penalties, the exposure that he faces. Ultimately, in the end, a competent defendant has a constitutional right to represent himself, even if the judge or anyone else thinks there may be no good reason for him to do so. I'm not saying you don't have a reason, sir. I'm frankly speaking to your mom at this point. She may not understand. Frankly, her understanding is not material. You have the constitutional right to make this choice. What's important for this court, and why I also went through some of the other biographical information, is you have a high school education. You've completed the 11th grade. You have an HSED. You are clearly literate. You've been able to communicate with the court efficiently and effectively. At times, you press the court when there is something you don't understand or believe is not going your way. But to me, that's a sign that you understand and are advocating on your behalf. Frankly, statements like "I'm informed" or "I'm aware" are the functional equivalent of you saying "I understand." I cannot say that this is one of those narrow class of Mr. Brooks.
I object, which is my First Amendment right to be able to say what I want.
Mr. Brooks, your rights do not involve interrupting me. That's the,
I objected. I didn't
that's
interrupt.
the
I
procedure
interjected.
that we will
Object.
follow. At trial, what's going to happen if you continue to do that is you will be admonished in front of the jury.
That's fine.
If you continue that.
That's fine.
Like I said, this is not one of the narrow class of cases in which a defendant may not be competent to represent himself, because there's no evidence before the court to suggest he has a severe mental illness, which is why, of course, I looked at the NGI evaluations, because that is competent, recent information
That has
before
no
this
relevancy.
court regarding his mental status
It has no
and his
relevancy.
understanding of what is going on.
That has no relevancy to
This
why
court
we're here
is then
today.
able to render the following. It is this court's opinion in finding today that Mr. Brooks understands with reasonable accuracy and is aware of the difficulties and disadvantages of self-representation, the seriousness of the charges against him, as well as the general range of penalties, and that he is making a deliberate choice today to waive his right to an attorney and proceed without counsel. This court further finds that Mr. Brooks is competent to proceed, whether he refers to that pro per, pro se, or simply self-represented. He reads, he writes, he understands the English language. He's been able to communicate with the court. He has no physical or psychological disability that impacts his ability to communicate with the court or to communicate a defense to the jury on his behalf. I've not been able to find on the record, and he has not advised the court of any disability, physical or psychological or otherwise, that would affect his ability to communicate with the court or to a jury. In the words of Pickens, Mr. Brooks has the minimal competence necessary to conduct his own defense. I'll further find that he understands the proceedings, the nature and seriousness of the charge, the maximum penalties that can be imposed if convicted of these offenses. He understands that a lawyer may be of assistance, understands that a lawyer may be appointed if the defendant is indigent, and understands the disadvantages of
Never once said
self-representation.
I understand.
He is voluntarily and freely waiving the
As a
right
matter
to
of
be
fact, I do not
represented by
understand.
counsel and is making a deliberate choice to proceed without counsel. And therefore, the court will grant the motion to withdraw brought by Attorney Perry and Attorney Keys. And from this point forward, Mr. Brooks will proceed as his own attorney. Does the Public Defender's Office require any type of written order discharging?
No,
All right, the minutes on CCAP will be sufficient.
yeah, that's fine.
All right, if there is the need, just simply file an order under the local rule, and I'll certainly review it and sign if appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else you need from me today before I continue with this hearing?
From
No,
us?
from Attorney Perry and Attorney Keys.
From us, no.
All right, you may, you are discharged and certainly are excused from the remainder of this hearing.
Your Honor, can I just clarify, as to the discovery, Attorney Perry, you indicated all paper discovery had been turned over, but not the electronic discovery, correct?
Not turned over, but it will be, we'll make arrangements with the jail.
You're gonna turn over the electronic discovery? Yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
All right, I know we have a number of outstanding issues. That documentation was provided to Mr. Brooks at the close of the hearing yesterday. Mr. Brooks, are you in a position to respond to that so that the court can address those outstanding issues today?
What are the outstanding issues?
Those are the documents that I gave you yesterday.
The ones that I already had?
I don't know whether you had them or not, but I specifically gave you all of the pleadings that had been filed from the motion to withdraw forward. That was provided to you yesterday.
So what are the issues?
Are you prepared to address them today, sir?
What
You
are-
have two options, sir. We either address them right now, or I have to come back yet before the trial or decide all of them on the morning of trial, and I'd rather not do that.
That might be the way to go, because I don't know what issues you are referring to.
So you didn't read any of the paperwork that I gave you?
I think, Your Honor, that you should understand my position in the jail, that I'm not awarded adequate time out of my cell to get a lot of things done. There are a lot of things that I have to go through with
Mr. Brooks,
just
you also have the right to represent yourself and act as your own attorney. Did you hear me just now, sir? There is a line underneath those advisements that says, check this box if you read and understand the above. On the form that I have, the word understand is changed to am informed of. Is that true?
yes,
The box is checked. Is that also true?
yes,
Did you check this box?
yes,
The next section of this form is titled, I understand an attorney would. However, on the form that I have, the word understand is changed to am informed. Do you see this section of the form, sir?
yep,
Did you change the word understand to am informed?
yes, I did.
I'm going to advise you of the following. I want you to just listen. You are advised that an attorney would represent you and speak on your behalf in court. An attorney would also advise you about your legal rights and options. An attorney would explain and assist you with legal and court procedures. An attorney would help you negotiate a settlement of your case with the district attorney. An attorney would investigate and explore possible defenses to the charges against you that may or may not be readily apparent to you. An attorney would prepare and conduct a defense on your behalf at any motion hearing or trial. An attorney would file motions on issues of evidence, testimony, and procedures of the police. An attorney would assist you at sentencing if you are convicted of any crime. An attorney would also file an appeal if requested. Did you hear me just now, sir?
Yeah,
On the form that I have, there is a line underneath that says, check this box if you have read and understand the above. The word understand has been crossed out and changed to am informed of. Do you see that?
Yep.
The box is not checked. Do you see that?
Yep.
Was that an oversight?
No, it's a reason.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you just said.
There is a reason.
Do you sir, I advised you of what an attorney would do. Are you informed of what an attorney would do for you?
Yes.
Why did you not check this box?
Because it is my understanding that representing myself pro per, I can have standby counsel. So that in a sense is why that box specifically is not checked.
That is not a correct statement of the law, sir. Standby counsel is not for the benefit of a defendant, it's for the benefit of the court.
Either way, it's still allowed for me to have.
Have you been advised, sir, that the public defender's office is not able to perform standby counsel duties?
No, I have not been advised that.
There is a rule that was promulgated by the Public Defender Board in Wisconsin that prohibits public defenders from acting in the capacity of standby counsel. Did you hear me advise you of that just now?
Yeah, I heard you say it. What is it called?
You referenced standby counsel, sir. I'm advising you that the public defender's office is not able to act in that capacity. Did you hear what I just said?
I heard what you just said, and I asked you a question. Is that somewhere that I can find out about that information? Some type of law or some type of... So it's an admin code.
We're going to get a bit of feedback, but I'm going to put it up on my screen, which the parties will be able to see. Sir, can you see what's before you on the screen?
Yep.
This is an administrative code provision, chapter PD5, adversary representation. I direct your attention to PD 5.03, prohibition against acting as standby counsel. Sub 1, no SPD attorney may act as standby counsel in any case. Sub 2, this prohibition applies whether or not the SPD attorney was originally providing adversary representation in this case. You see that, sir?
Yeah, I see it.
I'm going to take that down. This court, sir, you should be advised, would not be appointing attorneys Perry and Keys to represent you or to act, is a better way of saying it, as standby counsel in this case. Did you hear what I said?
Yes, and I didn't ask that. I didn't ask for them.
I'm not asking if you asked that, sir. I'm giving you advisements right now that you need to listen to. This court would also not appoint standby counsel in this case. Did you hear me say that?
That's fine.
This court is further advising you, sir, that this trial will start next Monday, October 3rd. Did you hear me say that?
I heard you say it, but I object to that. And I object on the grounds that are you making a judicial determination of that when you haven't even decided the issue while we're here?
Sir, I'm further going to advise you that at this late stage in the proceedings, which is frankly beyond the 11th hour, which is what the case law references, we are frankly at 11:58. This court will not appoint any other attorney to act as standby counsel if this court grants your request to represent yourself. Did you hear me say that, sir?
Is that the answer to the question?
Sir, did you hear me just now?
Is that an answer to the question?
This is not a question and answer session, sir. I'm giving you certain advisements. Did you hear me advise you just now?
Did you hear the question I asked? Because it sounds like a rush to
Mr. Brooks,
judgment.
we'll move on. You are advised
You are
that,
rushing to judgment.
Mr. Brooks, you are advised that this court will not appoint standby counsel.
Okay, you said that.
There
but
are
you
a
didn't
number
answer
of reasons which I will advise you make it impractical.
You're not
This
answering
trial
the
is
question, though,
scheduled.
Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, do not interrupt.
That is a rush to
Mr.
judgment
Brooks.
if you don't answer the question. That's
So
a
we
rush
are
to judgment.
here, Mr. Brooks, we are here because you want to represent yourself.
Yeah, but I didn't file the motion.
That's
I'm just
not
merely- I'm
relevant,
just
sir.
merely
The motion is
asking-
before
I'm
me
just
and I'm
merely
going
asking-
to address it.
I'm
Stop
just merely
talking
asking
over
the
me,
question.
Mr.
That's
Brooks.
it. Just merely asking
I
the
need
question.
to get through the advisement.
And I would like to know the answer to the question that
You are
I'm
being
asking.
difficult. You are not listening. You are trying to interject irrelevant factors for this court.
It has
So,
merit.
stop.
It's not irrelevant.
Stop.
I have a
Mr.
constitutional
Brooks,
right to
I'm
be able to
going to
ask questions.
continue. Please stop talking.
So it is a rush to judgment.
Mr. Brooks. The case law makes very clear you can't waive your right to an attorney. Let me rephrase that. The case law makes clear you cannot act as your own attorney, right? Exercise your right of self-representation while simultaneously exercising the right to counsel. Did you hear me say that?
Yes, I heard you say that, but that wasn't what I was attempting to do. That was the whole reason why I said it was filled out. This form was filled out for a specific reason, the way that it was.
Sir, I'm not going to entertain a request for whether it be called standby counsel, hybrid
That's not what I'm talking
representation.
about.
Your attorneys have told me you want to represent yourself. That is why we are having.
Your Honor, may I state something for the record?
You may briefly respond. Go ahead.
If all parties will recall, one of the detectives that is sitting right behind the prosecutor's desk right now, Detective Casey, just went through something similar with COVID, and was not present for a couple of hearings.
I'm going to give you a filing that your attorneys submitted dated September 26th of 2022. And really every other filing since that time. There's a number of documents from the state, some of which you may already have. I want you to have this information because it's important for me in order to honor your request to represent yourself, that you have understandings. And I think this documentation will help. I'll hand it to my clerk, they'll give it to the bailiff, they'll give it to you. Nope, I'm talking, sir. Nope, listen, Mr. Brooks, we are done here today. Okay, I cannot make a finding at this point that you have an understanding of what you're charged with, the nature of these proceedings. I am not going to get into a debate about whether you're a sovereign citizen or not, or even whether you have any understanding of how the state is a plaintiff in this case. My sole reason for being here today is your motion through your attorneys to consider your request to represent yourself. You have demonstrated through this hearing that you don't have a basic understanding of some of the things that are going on. So I'm going to give you time to consider this request. Talk with your attorneys more because they still represent you. They have not been discharged in this case. And if you decide that you want to represent yourself, then that form, that waiver of attorney form, needs to be filed by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And then your attorneys can make a request of my clerk, and I will schedule this for sometime tomorrow. If that does not happen, they remain your attorneys. But at this point, sir, I cannot grant the request because I cannot make a finding that you understand what's going on. But that has been done because of frankly, the word game that you are employing with me. You can roll your eyes all you want, sir.
I mean, because it's.
So I'm done. If need be, we will come back tomorrow.
It should be noted.
But at this point, the court's in recess. Thank you, sir. We're adjourned.
Yeah, whatever.
Go.
All right, thank you. The jury can come on out.
So we're not going to address this civil matter?
No.
I was told to pay for something under a civil statute.
Mr. Brooks, I am not the custodian. Bring it up with the clerk of court.
How
I'm not
can I bring it
addressing
up with the clerk of court? How am I supposed to do that? So that makes me wonder if it's a
Mr.
civil
Brooks,
case.
the jury's coming out. I'm not going to address your request for open records. I'm not the custodian of the records, sir.
Who's being sued? My Sesty Trust is being sued?
Mr. Brooks, this is an irrelevant matter that you're attempting to bring up in the presence of the jury. The record should reflect these interruptions.
Before the jury came out, Your Honor.
And I told you I wasn't going to address it. Please.
Okay, so it's a civil matter. Who's being sued? My Sesty Trust? Because how can I be
Mr.
sued?
Brooks, you're talking about an irrelevant matter between you and the clerk of court.
It wasn't irrelevant when I got the paperwork from the clerk of courts. I was simply
Mr.
trying to
Brooks,
address it.
I'm not going to address it. The jury will
So I'm
disregard
being sued?
these irrelevant
This is a civil
comments.
matter? We haven't addressed subject
All
matter
right, thank you,
jurisdiction yet at all
everyone.
either?
Please be seated. The jury
So
will
we're not gonna
disregard the
address subject
statements
matter?
Mr. Brooks is making about subject matter jurisdiction. They are a misstatement of the law.
Yes, no,
All right,
they're not.
and
Just like this is a civil case.
Mr. Brooks, the jury's here. Please
Just like
show
this is a civil
respect
case.
and decorum.
According to this document, this is a
Mr.
civil
Brooks,
case,
please stop.
which means someone is being sued. Civil is a suit.
Mr. Brooks, you're talking about an irrelevant
I
matter.
have the
I'm
paperwork
starting
sent
the
by the
trial.
clerk of courts right here that says it's a civil matter.
Mr. Brooks
So
has
what's
nothing
being
to
sued?
do with
My
this
Session
case.
Trust is being sued.
I have no idea what you're talking about. So
I got the paperwork right here.
all right, I'm going
I
to
do
excuse
not know
the
what I'm
jury
talking
right
about.
now, given this disruption. All rise for the jury.
This should be properly addressed before the jury even comes out. That's why I tried to properly address it before we even went on the record.
Mr. Brooks, stop.
I'm not gonna. This is.
You are
I
not
was
being
given
respectful
this
to this
paperwork by you,
proceeding
Your
or
Honor.
to
With
this
all
jury.
respect,
No,
with
it's
all
not.
due
With all due
respect,
respect,
with all due
stating that doesn't
respect,
make it
I was given
respectful.
this paperwork by you,
Mr.
from
Brooks,
Monica Paz.
stop talking
that
till the
Kirk
jury
Court.
is out.
Okay,
Thank you.
So why couldn't we address this before they came out?
I'm
That
not
was the
going to
time-
address it,
That
bottom
was the
line.
time to address it, though. We're supposed to do all the addressings before the jury comes out, before we start the matter.
Please
I
be
was trying to
seated.
simply address paperwork that was given to me by you, Your Honor. That states that
Mr.
this-
Brooks,
it states that
you
this
have
is a
interrupted
civil
me
matter.
repeatedly. You are on the verge of being removed to that courtroom. I don't want to
On-
do
on
that.
what-
I want you to stay here.
on what
But
fact of the
you
law, Your
keep
Honor?
interrupting me and bringing up irrelevant matters. I told you yesterday, as a courtesy that was provided to you, so that you would frankly not complain that you didn't get it as quickly as possible. Okay, I am not the custodian of the records. If you have an issue with what was provided to you, how it was provided to you, then take it up with the clerk of
She
court.
can't
But
charge
from
you.
now on, I am not going to be the messenger and give you documents that you request to the custodian of the records or from the custodian of the records. They will simply have to be delivered to you at the jail. But that is in response to your discussion or whatever we want to call it this morning. I'm not taking it up. All right? It is irrelevant.
It needed to be noted for the record.
It doesn't
Because
need
it
to
was-
be noted, sir.
You
All right,
gave
the
it to
jury's
me-
coming
you gave
back
it to
out,
me in
and I'm
open
going
court.
to warn you, if you bring this up again, I will pause and I will remove you to the next courtroom for being disrespectful, for being interruptive, for being disruptive, and for bringing up irrelevant matters in front of this jury. You will forfeit your right to be present for the direct examination of this witness.
I object to that.
Did you
Your Honor.
hear what I said, sir?
No, I did not. I object to that, Your Honor.
Well, you can
And-
object, and your objection is noted. But if you
For the
interrupt
record-
when this jury
for
comes
the
out,
record-
they will go. I will have them taken out again, and you will be removed to the next courtroom.
You can't. What is the legal basis for that ruling, Your Honor?
Illinois versus Allen, sir, and all of the
And-
other cases that
and it
I've
doesn't
cited
say
previously.
anything-
I'll make the appropriate record. Stop interrupting me. The jury's coming out. We're continuing with this trial despite your repeated efforts to disrupt.
That's a
Yesterday,
mischaracterization
sit
of the
down.
record.
Yesterday alone, sir, 17 interruptions, not including the opportunity that I gave you where you spent 50 minutes, okay, discussing what were primarily either irrelevant or baseless accusations and requests not based in law or fact. I was abundantly patient with you yesterday.
And you still haven't
And-
verified by proof any of what I
And
said.
none of
Your
that
Honor.
is required, sir.
Because it
And
is. You can't verify.
your
any proof.
belief
Where's
that
the
that's the
subject matter-
law
where's the subject matter
doesn't make it
jurisdiction?
so, Mr. Brooks. Your belief that these are legitimate legal positions
They are.
doesn't change the law and doesn't make it so.
It's
So,
clearly
again-
relevant because you didn't want to.
I'm going to step off and give Mr. Brooks 5 minutes to cool off, and when that
I don't
happens,
need
I'm
to
bringing
cool
the
off.
jury
I'm not
out,
angry at all.
and then we will
I just wanted
continue.
to. I don't.
There was an objection to questions regarding cross-examination. So the objections were by the state. One had to do with there was questioning about possible testimony with his niece and nephew, and then the jail cell search issues. So Mr. Brooks, you asked the questions. The state had objected. Since you're the proponent of what would presumably come in through the testimony of Detective Casey, what is your offer of proof as to why I should allow Detective Casey to come back on the stand and testify about his interaction, I believe it was with your mom, and possible testimony of your niece and nephew?
It don't matter with Detective Casey. He's off the stand. He's not going back on the stand.
No, but I told you I would recall him. I wanted to take it up outside the presence of the jury.
How do I supposed to know?
So are you withdrawing that, sir?
How am I supposed to know? I think I deserve a chance to rebut what was just said. I think I deserve that much if it's a fair trial.
What information do you want to provide to me about that last exhibit?
About what last exhibit? I'm talking about the audacity of the prosecution to just put that on the record when it's stating it's untrue.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's untrue?
We just heard her talk for 5-10 minutes straight. Now don't nobody know what I'm talking about.
I don't know specifically what you're talking about.
There's a reference made to what I'm supposed to know about the evidence stacking up and this and that, as if that has any bearing on what I still think and what I'm still going to present. It doesn't.
Well, that's not what we're talking about at the moment. I made a ruling on an exhibit.
She's been laughing and making comments under her breath the whole time during the whole trial, and I never said nothing. I don't know what's being said, but I can tell that it's directed towards me. I'm not an idiot.
I haven't made any of those observations,
I didn't
sir.
say
What
you.
I've observed,
I didn't say you, Your Honor.
No. What I've observed is
listen, please.
Go ahead.
For her to sit there and try to play it off as if she's not referencing to me, she must think I'm an idiot. That is very disrespectful to me. I haven't said anything about that until today. She's done it numerous times.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're
laughing under her breath. Her trying to cover up the microphone so they can laugh and hee and key. That they've been doing that the whole time. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about it.
I have not noticed that. What I notice are 3 attorneys who cover up the microphone so that they're not heard when they're conferring with each other about evidentiary issues or about testimony.
So why is it always laughing and giggling?
I haven't noticed that other than the one thing you pointed out.
Well, we have cameras. That's what the cameras are for.
Let's refocus our attention on what we're here for, and that's
this
trial.
Then I'll take that.
Do you have anything you want to put on the record?
I'm putting it on the record if I get a chance.
No, you need to let me finish. As it relates to the video and my decision to admit it.
She just admitted that she just now came with the exhibit. It was not that she just said. She just made it an exhibit. It was not an exhibit before she made it one.
So do you have some legal basis, sir, for your position? Because I'm not
What do I need legal basis for when she just admitted on the record that she just made this exhibit up right now?
That is a complete mischaracterization. Sure, she did not.
That's what. So she wasn't implying that by saying that she could pull anything out of her suitcase.
So that's a figure of speech.
Okay, so what is it implying to? What would that be implying to?
How would anyone in my position? Because you're not providing me with any legal basis.
I didn't even finish. You told me that I can make the record. I'm attempting to make the record.
Sir, as it relates to the video and my decision to admit it,
I just said that you didn't even let me finish.
You're not letting me finish.
You didn't let me finish either, Your Honor.
Because you're not
But
providing me.
how do you know I wouldn't get to that if I didn't finish?
You're not providing me with anything from a legal basis for which I would consider changing my mind. So the state's withdrawn their request to play the audio.
Then why play the video at all then?
I've already made a ruling on that. You're questioning the ruling. You're not asking me to reconsider it based on any legal basis.
There should be a legal reconsideration of it.
Then you need to provide me with the legal basis for that, sir.
So I'm supposed to just come off that with off the top of my head?
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
You're representing yourself. It's not ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. So I was supposed to already come in here this morning and say, oh, a video is going to be shown off the fly at the drop of a hat. Let me try to find some legal thing to combat. How am I supposed to do that?
The bottom line is you open the door to the playing of that video.
We're not talking about
opening
opening
video
those doors.
was previously provided to you during discovery.
We're not talking about opening those doors. We're talking about being fair.
There's absolutely no prejudice to you.
Your Honor,
in terms of surprise.
With all due respect, if I had done that,
I am going to move on.
If I had done that, it would have been a big thing.
I'm advising you.
Are you asking me?
I'm advising you, sir.
Oh, okay.
I'm advising you to sit down and be quiet. And if you interrupt me again, you are on notice that you will forfeit your right to be present in this trial.
So you're holding me contempt.
Mr. Brooks.
For the entire trial? Did you say the entire trial?
I never said any such thing.
You said for the trial.
Please?
So what do you mean? I'm asking, what do you mean?
Mr. Brooks, you continue to come at me.
I don't consent to being called
You
that
continue to fight with me.
I'm not fighting with you.
You are being disrespectful.
I'm not fighting with you. I'm not.
I'm going to give you one last opportunity to sit down and be quiet so I can make a finding as it relates to other things.
Are you asking me to do that?
I don't need to ask, I'm telling you. Thank you. There were two other issues that came up that I advised the parties I would take up outside the presence of the jury and give, if appropriate, Mr. Brooks the opportunity to ask further questions of Detective Casey. There was questioning by Mr. Brooks about possible testimony and why it had to do with it was in the context of him questioning Detective Casey about speaking with Dawn Woods, his mother, and about a time in August, and there was some reference to his niece and nephew. And I sustained the objection. I wanted to take it up outside the presence of the jury. That's the first issue. The second issue was the questioning of Detective Casey by Mr. Brooks related to the jail search. Do you want the opportunity to question Detective Casey about either one of these two topics, is my first question.
Okay, why was it an issue with me bringing it
Mr. Brooks, I'm only going to ask you one more time, and if you don't answer
if
it
I don't
correctly,
understand,
then I
if
will
I don't understand what was the problem in the get-go with the question, how am I supposed to answer it now?
Mr. Brooks, listen to me, please. I'm going to ask this question one more time.
Man,
It calls for
I don't
a yes or no.
I don't like your tone and the way you're talking to me. I don't.
Mr.
I don't
Brooks,
appreciate it.
Sit down. I don't care if you don't like my tone. You've been pushing my buttons all day throughout this entire trial, and I have showed the utmost of respect for you, and I don't appreciate you impugning the integrity of this court.
If that's what you want to call it, that's fine, but it's not accurate.
Stop talking.
What you mean, stop talking?
I need to make a ruling. Okay, I'm purposely not putting you in the other courtroom right now.
Let's talk to each other like adults then. Because I've never told you to stop talking.
I'm going to ask this question one more time, and if he doesn't answer it, I'll take it as a no. Do you want the opportunity to question Detective Casey regarding either his questioning or meeting up with your mom and your niece and nephew about possible testimony, or the search of your jail cell? Yes or no?
What was the problem with me asking the question about the jail cell?
He's not answering my question. We'll move on.
I'm trying to understand. If I don't understand,
how do I know
what I'm supposed to answer if I don't understand? And I don't agree to a stop. Okay.
The rest of you can have a seat as well. As soon as the jury's out, I'll make a record. All right, Mr. Brooks, you are well aware that the reason documents are being put on the... I'm going to make a record.
In contempt.
I've never said any such thing.
Removing me from the courtroom, Your Honor, is essentially holding me in contempt.
All right. No, you're forfeiting your right to be present under Illinois versus Allen.
I didn't forfeit anything.
I'm going to start talking, and if he interrupts, then I will close this courtroom, and he will be taken to the next courtroom. Mr. Brooks, you are well aware that the court made some pretrial rulings related to whether there would be, they can stay in, I haven't closed it yet, he's not interrupting me, whether the parties could approach the witness stand. And I did that because you're in custody, and I'm not going to allow you to approach the witness stand while in custody. That is why various precautions have taken place to limit, frankly, that from happening. Throughout this trial, there was one instance at the very beginning of the case where I allowed the state to approach a witness. I corrected that. That hasn't happened since. We've had bailiffs take items up to the witness stand, or the items have been given to the witnesses, or they've been placed on the witness stand. That's proper. There is nothing wrong about that. Nobody's trying to pull a fast one over you. No one is doing something that's not permitted by this court, or frankly under the rules of decorum and courtesy or the presentation of evidence in this case. Frankly, from my perspective, sir, your attempts and your comments are to try to dig in at this jury and to somehow create doubt about the presentation of this case or the fairness of these proceedings. without the party, meaning the state, having an opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. I've taken the jury out at this point to admonish you that any further mumbling under your breath or not recognizing when I uphold or sustain an objection, that I will take as a disrupting interruption meant to disrupt the proceedings. I'm not holding you in contempt. I'm well aware that that's one of my options. I choose not to do it for the reasons that I've stated on the record previously. All right, you can forfeit your right to be present at any point in time during this trial by your conduct under Illinois versus Allen. When it is disruptive, when it does not follow the simple rules of courtesy and decorum, I draw your attention once again to SCR Chapter 62, which has been previously provided to you, which is under the statute there.
I can't even rebut what you're saying. I didn't interrupt you. I let you make your incorrect record.
Mr. Brooks, I'm bringing the jury out and we're continuing. We're going to get through these witnesses. You're raising your voice. It's
because
very
I'm tired of you always making a record.
at me.
You're making a record of me trying to look bad. I know what you're trying to do. It's not going to work.
I'm making a record of what's accurately
You're
being
making
done
a record of incorrect statements. That's what you're doing. You're not making a record of
Mr.
not
Brooks,
being
I'm advising you to be quiet because the jury's coming back out.
You're advising me to be quiet? Is you telling me to be quiet?
I'm advising you to be respectful when the jury
Are you
comes
telling
out.
me to be quiet or are you asking me?
I'm asking you and advising
Okay.
you.
Thank you for correcting that, because don't nobody tell me what to do. I don't tell nobody else what to do.
I'd appreciate
We're all
if you lower
we're all
your tone
adults
of
in here.
voice
I've
and
never
not yell
told
at
you
me,
to do
sir.
anything at all.
Sir, I'd appreciate if your tone of voice would change.
I would appreciate if you would ask me. I'm a grown man with grown kids. Ain't nobody gonna talk to me like that. Nobody. I don't have a problem with doing what you ask me to do, not tell me. Just like when I asked you about subject matter jurisdiction that you have yet to prove on the record. But somehow I'm being intentionally disruptive. Come on, man. Stop. Just stop it.
Jury's coming out.
All rise for the jury.
Not gonna work.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Mr. Johnson,
All right, so that was Brooks and his cringe. That was an interesting marathon of Brooks and the other things we talked about before. And yeah, he had the death stare. Yeah. At this point, we'll be ending it for the night. And I want to thank you all for coming. And I stomped it for a second on his death stare, and that was all. That the clip was over at that point with the death stare. There wasn't more after that. So yeah, certainly he's the reason for his own demise and his manipulation. Is why he's in that situation. Yes, he does too much indeed. Yeah. All right, everybody. So one thing. I want to thank you all for coming. We had a very great party today, and it was nice that we had some nice peace agreements earlier. It was a cool day. So, everybody have a very good night, good evening. Oh, you're very welcome, G. The Diamond Planet. All right. Thank you for all that you do and everybody else watching, listening, and lurking. And peace. Maybe this will work, and if it doesn't, do the balloon thing, that's fine.